having a budget, yearly budget for sections that's struggle financially, and in order to allow them to participate to ENTs even if they are at a slightly higher price.
Well, we have comments from notes.
ESN Belgium, I think the finances of ESN Belgium have always been fluctuating, so I don't think it's ever, I mean, before this year, we were making massive losses every year. I think this is the first year in many years that ESN Belgium is not making a loss financially. So I don't think that it has been discussed previously because there was no financial means, but I think it is a discussion that has to happen next year as well. But for now, it hasn't been a discussion because there was just no feasibility.
Maybe we can open a charity box for this section. Honestly, like some sections like have what they call like a donation for a good cause, and the good cause could be the ESN Belgium or other sections. I'm talking seriously. Yes.
One ESN Belgium, I do have to say it has happened where sections have struggled financially, and we have had to step in and we have come in. But it's always like there's no fund allocated to it. But if a section contacts us, being like, I know there were sections that should be doing ESN parts at the beginning, for example, so we paid for them and then they reimbursed. Things like that has always happened, but it's always like when it's not like aligned with the budget.
If there are no further questions, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections?
The question from Yasmin.
Yasmin? Name and section, please.
Yasmin is in dance. So I wanted to double check, like, if we would be called a membership fee or not?
Yes.
Yeah, but can we call it a membership fee? Because, like, in some sections you don't need to pay it, because usually when you don't pay a membership fee, you're not a member anymore, so maybe we should have a different name. Also, it was, like, we were wondering where we draw the line of the sections that are struggling financially. If it's, for example, 4 sections, it will add a lot of the higher costs to the other sections, which makes it maybe difficult for the other sections to pay as well if they need to take on the extra costs of the sections that won't be able to pay.
Yeah. I'll note it.
No, but I think when ESN Belgium, I think the question of membership fee.
Yeah, I said, yeah.
I don't think I have that answer right now.
Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I would like to close the speakers list. Any objections? If not, hereby the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much for this, for your presentation. Give them a round of applause.
Talk to us.
Yeah, and definitely use the coffee breaks, the lunch break, to discuss with your sections, with the initiators regarding this amendment proposals. Those are the moments to speak about this. Then we move forward with the first candidacy, which is actually the candidate section. ESN Geel will present their full membership application. So I would like to invite ESN candidate section Geel to the floor so they can present themselves. They will have 10 minutes to present their candidacy, and afterwards there's again a 5-minute question round. Please use the Slido if you already have questions up front. Already submit them so we can coordinate it better.
So again, hello everyone. I'm the current president of ESN Belgium candidate section, and this is Michelle of our PR and Reba, our vice president, and we're going to present to you why ESN is going to be a good added value for ESN Belgium. So we're going to talk about how we started, which campuses do we represent, our team, how do we work, what did we achieve this year, an event overview, our future plans, and also to, at the end, why ESN is going to be a good added value. So So first of all, this is a small timeline. So we started in March 21 with ISO Campen. The school asked us, the school wanted to have an organization, a new organization for the incoming international students, and they asked us, so, hi, can you maybe make a section, make an organization for the incoming students, because we don't have that, but we want that we do have. Then Isaac Kempen was born. And then in June, we applied for ESN because we wanted to take it to a higher level. And we became an ESN candidate section. So in this year, we became bigger, organized more events, and stayed awesome, of course. So for now, we represent Campus Geel, but we also invite international students from Borslaag as well. In the future, we would like to focus and organize more events in Thomas More Turnhout and Thomas More Borslaag. So that's that.
So this is our team through the time.
This is our Never mind. Just do your
I think the next slide is about our structure. Okay, fine. So this is our board, and we have our president, vice president, our actually LR is right now in exchange himself, so he can be here. Our secretary, our finance manager, partner manager, and event managers. So the biggest part of the board is already here because this BNC is a special one for the ESN Belgium candidate section. Yeah, and then we have our event team. So that's the second part of ESN Belgium. So we have a structure with the board and then a separate event team because that organizing events is like our core business. So the board takes care of all the things who needs to be done for a section, and the event team is focusing themselves in groups on organizing events. And then we also have the volunteers in we work together with Thomas More with the International Buddy System to get volunteers at our events and to help us with preparing the events for all the international students. And yeah, this is the structure, like we have the board, you represented here, and then a separate event team and a communication team who maintain all the social media and stuff. Then we have the international buddy system, and then we have our own volunteers who wants to help us and to get involved with all the events. And we gave a lot of attention to all the class communities of ESN. We organized international dinners and trips to Estonia for education. We organized sport events, that's for health. We organized even a dildo bingo, special events. Anke did it, she's really proud of it. So. And then we spread the information for student jobs for the international students because they're really looking for student jobs while they stay in Belgium. So we give the information that we can find through to the international students. Yeah, we are looking to the materials we use at events, so we include everything, and yeah, we are also looking to the needs of the students, like students who are participating in Ramadan. So for the international dinner, we organized a second round for people who were participating in Ramadan, so we included everyone. And then at the beginning of our candidature, we made a target plan. So We wanted to achieve all the targets. We wrote down everything, and I'm happy to tell everyone that we nearly succeed, and we can say that we have got all the targets we wanted. We still have one, and that's something for today. So, yeah.
Okay, so this is a little overview of the events we did. So we wanted to spread the vibes that we created this year, and we are very proud that we created these vibes. Okay, so our future plans really depends on what you guys are going to vote. No, but we really want to keep expanding our organization. Doesn't matter what the answer will be, we will keep being there for our international students. The most important thing now is knowledge transfer, because also our board is going to change. We raised this baby from the ground up, so we have a lot of knowledge that we want to transfer to our the people who are going to follow us. Yeah. We want to organize more day trips, because we once did a day trip to Bastogne, and we saw that it was a good event for both local and international students, and also to merge all these cultures. And we also want to partner with other student associations, because we know that there is a window of opportunity there to also combine all our cultures. And now the burning question: why is ESN Geel a good added value for ESN Belgium? And that is because ESN needs more farmers. And if you don't get the reference, Geel is a farmer city. Why? Who are farmers? Farmers are hardworking people. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty. They're really reliable. They are family people, and they really want to transfer the knowledge to next generations. And I can say we built this coffee from the ground up. We really work really hard. We are very reliable, and we weren't afraid to get our hands dirty. So this is our reason. Please vote for us. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I think we can give an actual applause. So thank you very much. Perfectly in time. I like that. So now we have.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think you use the microphone. So we have a 5-minute question round for the candidate section. Please again use your Slido, and then we can see if there are any questions are coming in. So hereby I would like to propose to open the speakers list. So submit your questions.
We're very interested as well.
Are people actually submitting questions?
Anybody typing?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Now is the time to ask our favorite color or something.
Yeah. So the first question coming in from, I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly. I'm sorry for that. Niala is in GUB EHB Brussels. How does dildo bingo work?
Okay.
And I think you should come across because this was your baby, so.
This is our event manager, guys.
I went on Erasmus to Finland, and every Wednesday we did those video, and it was like the most, like one of the highest events that combined the culture of other internationals and the Finnish culture. And before we did that in Belgium, at Yale, we asked the other people from like Pakistan or India, like, how do you feel with doing dildo bingo? And they were like, let's bring it on, because like, why not? It's also a taboo, and that sex toys are nice, and that we are, I think in Belgium we're really open about that. So we could exchange our culture a little bit more to the other ones, and I can say that it was a successful event. A lot of internationals, a lot of people from here, so
A lot of good sex toys as well.
yeah. And it was also sponsored, so why not?
Good sponsor. And if you want to see more about the events, you can use our highlights on Instagram, then you can see how cozy and well organized and well she presented the event.
You have a comment?
Yes,
Name and section?
Yala,
Ah.
ESN Belgium Brussels. But still, how does it work? How do you take, where you take it?
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a normal video where you can win like prizes from the section. It's it's bingo and then the prizes are better. I call it like prizes are not this time. So
We were trying them out also, just you can
I think you can also use the coffee break for these kind of questions because it's nice to bond, maybe exchange some ideas. Yes. Then we have two questions are basically the same. For one, I don't know. From Tanishka and Hani, they both cover the same question. So, how do you feel about what you have achieved? And maybe you can mention what is your biggest achievement. What are your proudest event or moments in your candidacy?
First of all, we are extremely grateful. Personally, for me, we had international dinner last week, and we budgeted for 50 people. There were 50 people, and I was like standing next to Dike and Gemma, and I said to them like, "We did this." Like, yeah.
like students begin to dance on their own, like it was a great evening. And also the bond with school is good. We organized whole day trips already, so we're going to expand this, to do this more. And yeah, just grow a little bit more and make our section a really grown-up section, just like we are busy now.
So I'm going to add something about that. As you know, maybe we started last year with 5 members in high school camper, and now we're already with 23. And we're like all good friends, and the bond is very good, and we laugh, and we can discuss everything, and so everything that we organize, it just feels really great. So.
Good. Then we have next question from Jasper, ESN Leonard Kortrijk. What is the distance between the other cities you want to, I think, cover the universities? And how do you see transport for students?
We would like to involve Thomas More Turnhout, Thomas More Borselaar, because they also have international students, but less than Geel. So we want to give them the same treatment as in Geel. I know they are like a 30-minute drive by car maybe. So they are getting in Geel by public transport.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed, they can get it back with a discount. So they managed to get in Yale, and we are also wanting to organize events in Turnhout and Borselaar, so they are always able to come to our events. And if they really have a problem, ESN Yale always help them. Like if people get stuck, we always provide a solution. And if we can't, we just drive them ourselves. Like we solve it if there's really a problem for the students. So we once picked up a student in the Netherlands because he was stuck there. He couldn't use public transport to get home. So we're very reachable.
Okay, before moving on to the next question, there are 4 more questions on the speakers list. Are people still submitting questions? Otherwise, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No, so hereby I close the speakers list and we move forward to Femke's question from ESN Leuven. What do you see for the future of ESN Geel? You're raising the baby for now. How do people take over?
Yeah, we're still looking for the same motivation as we have in students who we can find in Kiel for turnout for Roosendaal. So we are now, after this BNP, going to elect our new members for the next mandate. We still have, like, I'm still doing this, I'm still in, I'm going to be president, but I will need a new VP and a few new members. So yeah, we will look for them. In our event team, we have some few motivated people, but we're still hiring and people are getting to know us. Like next year, we want to arrange big events with school, so we get a lot of visibility for all the students in Yale. And I think we will manage it. Like, but it was a big problem to have a lot of people in the event team, and we managed it by doing a lot of presentations, so everyone got to know us. And I think we'll manage to have a full motivated for next mandate goals.
Next question, Grant ESN Belgium. Thank you for your presentation. What is the financial sustainability of the section like, and how would joining ESN impact this?
Give it to our financial manager.
Financial man.
Wait, English.
There's a microphone coming to you.
At this moment in time, we have we made the slide conference this year, and we hope to make the slide conference every year. We have a little bit of buffer, but yeah, it's not like as usual as some other ESN sections here. But with some events, we hope to make a little content, and the student organization, the student, the
Facilities.
yeah, the facilities, they also provide us with some fees for everything, which also helps.
Is your question covered, Grant? You have a follow-up question?
Joining ESN.
It has a big impact because school recognizes us as an organization that needs funding for education. So if we really are ESN, and that's actually amazing that they now pay us to join BNPs and stuff. So yeah, that's for the individuals who are coming to BNP, it's a relief.
I want to add something to your question. So like Ruby said, if we are official, school will reimburse our BNPs and our events, like the same they do with events. But normally we also get like a working budget. Like the other student associates, they also get a working budget. So financially, it can only go up if we are part of the event.
That's good. Good to hear. And then Niala ESN VUB EHB Brussels. How many international students do you usually have? Or
I don't know the numbers for this semester, but we at this moment have 1,200 students that applied already for September, and a big part of that is sort of Yale and Towns and which we got all of them will get through the admissions procedure. But it's only April, it's almost May, so that is the biggest amount that our school has ever had with international students.
It
So
is.
Yale will grow immensely.
Can you say the amount again?
1,200, yes. That's
That's a lot. So that's even much better. So then our section will grow, and the events will grow very rapidly if the amount of international students is increasing that hard.
I will ask Suvo if they give more money.
Yeah, but it's good if there are coming more international students that they now have an ESN section in Kiel. So we can cover all the international students who are coming now.
the last question from Helen ESN Mechelen was already covered, as she asked if any one of you is planning to stay in the board. But I think you answered the question already.
I definitely will. I have much more years to come, so I will have time to stay in ESN Kiel, and we'll see in a year or two what's going to be. But I want to raise this baby further, and the alumni will still help me. So.
Cool. There were all the questions. Thanks again for your candidacy, and let's root for you.
Thank you.
Then we move forward with the next candidacies, the candidacies for the national boards 2022-2023, starting off with the president, the candidate for the president position, which is Laurie. So I would like to invite Laurie to the floor. You have 5 minutes to present your candidacy, and afterwards there's again a 5-minute question round for the candidate itself. If you're ready, you can take the floor.
Hello everyone, so my name is Julie, I am 26 years old, even if I look like 20 by the way. I am current president of ESN Belgium for a year. So as I have 5 minutes, I will be fast. So this is my background in ESN. So I met ESN when I was in Erasmus in Italy, and when I come back from my Erasmus, I wanted to apply and give all the experience that I had during my Erasmus. So I applied as active member in 2018, and then I applied as general secretary in ESN Nantes, actually in France. I stayed 2 years as general secretary in ESN Nantes, and then I have to move for my studies in Belgium. So I chose to stay because the network was really important to me. So I decided to apply as vice president of ESN Belgium. So I stayed for a year, and then I applied as president, and I am currently president of ESN Belgium. About my education, I have a bachelor degree in modern languages. I speak Spanish, Italian, and Spanish, but I forgot some words, sorry. And as I said earlier, I've done an Erasmus in Italy in 2018. I am currently in a master's degree in political science and international relations, and I will finish my master's degree next year. So I have 3 master's degree in Belgium. So about knowledge and who I am an open-minded person. I never judge anyone. I do not care about anyone or anything. I am stress resistant. As I am current president, I have many stressful situations, and it hasn't been a problem to me for now. I have also a huge knowledge of the work of the network, as it will be my 8th year next year if I become the next president. So I know the network well, and I know many people on the network. I am also a well-organized person, maybe too much sometimes. I like things to be well done and to be on time. It can be stressful sometimes, but this is how I work. I can also be really professional. It hasn't been a problem to me to talk to institutions or to anyone on ESN or even on my master's degree. It hasn't been a problem yet. And yeah, listening. I always listen to all of my members, and I am happy because they usually come to me when they have a problem, and it hasn't been a problem to them to just come and listen to any situations. So that's great. ESN events, I'm sorry. I have attended BNP 1 in Antwerp, BNP 2 in Mons, and BNP 3 right now. And in France, I have been in BNP 3 in Strasbourg and Web in Le Mans. But I think I've done more than that, but I don't really remember. Like, I've done so many of them that I don't really remember. So motivation, I absolutely know the importance of the ESN roles and values, and this is what I always try to share with ESN Louvain-la-Neuve and to make the people understand the values and the role of ESN. I have also teamwork skills, like it hasn't been a problem to me to work as a team, and I think things are going well for now. I know that this position is challenging, but it's not a problem to me. I will not apply if I knew that I couldn't do it. And I have high interest in ESN International and the network. I have been more in the local level for now, but I will be more interested in ESN International if I get selected. And I am absolutely more motivated than ever to work with many people and everyone, and I really love the network. So it will be, if I get elected my last year in ESN, I will be really mad after. So. Also, if you have any question, even after the end of the BNP, you can send me an email or you can send me a message on Messenger or whatever. I'm always open to everyone.
Thank you, Laurie. Then we will have the question round for the candidates. So I would like to have you still here on the floor, as you'll probably have some questions to answer. Therefore, please submit again your questions. I see the first coming in. Starting off with Gwen, is in Belgium. As president, education is a big part of your job as well. Given that we have no education officers applying, how do you plan to tackle education projects?
I mean, it's really important to me too, and I mean, if there's nobody yet for now, I will do the job or I will ask other candidates at national board if they are okay to do this with me, but if nobody would, it would be a pleasure for me to do it. I mean, in ESN Belgium, we have a really complete board this year, and I have done many positions, and it hasn't been a problem to me, so it's okay.
Femke ESN Leuven, what was the most stressful situation you have been through in your section?
Well, it's a difficult questions. I think ESN Belgium is going well, if I'm not wrong. I would say probably we had a huge event called Belgian Dinner, and it was really stressful because we had so many things to manage, and I have to manage 23 people at the same time, and I have to be really well organized, and everything needs to be perfect. And it was stressful to me, but I think everything went well, and all international students were really happy at the end of the day. So, but it was really stressful, even not to me, but also for board members. But I'm really happy because we've done it good.
Covered. Then Gwen ESN Belgium, how would you improve involvement / opinion of sections at the national level? Do you think the section consultation guidelines have to be modified?
Well, I said in my motivation letter that it was really important to me that every section is to be involved, even on the NPs and everything. Well, I will try to motivate people as much as I can. Like, I know, and I tried with my section how it works. Like, I'm really happy that now we have a new member coming to BNP, so it means that my work is actually working. And, well, that's a difficult question. I mean, it's more than a national board agreements that we talk together and how we are going to do to motivate people. I don't think any documents need to be modified for now. I mean, you guys need to know that the network is important. And if I have to remember you for a year, then I will. It's okay.
Next question, Hani ESN VUB EHB Brussels. In case of conflict or team demotivation, how do you intend to handle such situations?
We had this situation here in Villanova, and I just tried to, well, first listen to everyone's situation and how they feel about it, and just to better know the situation, and then I talked to other board members. And I think I would just try to understand what happened, listen to people, and then have a meeting all together, saying, okay, guys, what happened? What is the situation? How can we solve it all together? And just see after to have another meeting to make sure that people are really good between each other and that everything is going well. And yeah, I mean, it worked for ESN Louvain-la-Neuve, and it has worked because it also happened in ESN Nantes. And as I have a master's degree in diplomacy as well, I know how to make the difference between people, and I would never choose, as an example, a friend, another member, like never.
Okay, there's 1 more minute left, so please submit your last questions. Otherwise, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? If not, then I hereby close the speakers list. Then the next question is Siem from ESN Belgium. How would you make sure that ESN Belgium remains financially sustainable?
That's easy, because in ESN Louvain-la-Neuve we do not have many money, and for now we're still here, so it means that we're good. I would be really careful about it. I know that nobody applies as treasurer for now, but I will absolutely be careful about money on ESN Belgium all the time and do not spend money on useless things or everything. I will try, as an example of partnerships, try to find the most cheapest things. And yeah, I don't have many information about financials for now, but I mean, in ESN Louvain-la-Neuve we do not have many money and we're still here, so I'm happy. We have a good treasurer.
Okay, that were the questions. So thanks again for this question round. We have a comment from Joachim.
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Name a section.
Do you think ESN Belgium is at the moment spending money on business things or things that are not necessary?
Well, I don't really know because I don't know how many money we have because it's something private. So I just say it because I know that in some sections it can happen. It's no judgment by ESN Belgium. I do not know. I don't have any rules on the money that you have. I will try to be really careful about it because there's no treasurer for now, and I know this is really important, and I don't really want to put ESN Belgium into that situation. So, this information that
Thank you. And if you have any further questions this day, use the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks to approach Laurie for any further questions. I think that's a nice moment during this event. So thanks again. And then I would like to invite the first candidate for the national representation, the national representative position, which is Clara. I'm struggling with my words. NR, yeah. I use NR. So for you again, 5 minutes to present your candidacy.
Yes, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Nice to see you from this side again. So yeah, my name is Clara. We can go to the next slide, please. Clara van Kamp is my full name, and I would like to apply for national representative. I'm 24 years old. I live in Mechelen right now, and I also studied in France and Sweden, so I added that on there. I did my first exchange when I was only 15. There was no ESN section where I was. In Sweden, when I was, that was 2019, so not that long ago, there was an ESN section, and that made a huge difference for me. It's one of the reasons why I'm still in ESN right now. I graduated already, graduated 2020, and I now work as international support team of our school, Thomas More, which is why I knew the numbers earlier. I don't know all of that, what I've heard, but it's an important part of my job. I deal with international students all the time. So my mandates, we started as ISO as well in Mechelen in 2018, and after that I did a bunch of different things. This is not years, we have semester mandates, just so you know. So I was 2 semesters, I was president, I did LR twice, and also I managed the finances for a while as well. Currently I am from our section, so I did my last mandate last semester. I also, yes, I went to Sweden, as I mentioned before, and that was actually my first official ESN section. I was there for 1 semester, and I joined the board there as well to organize events. For me, that gave a lot of experience, and is also the reason why I applied to become president in our section. Yes, I can go to the next slide, Gary. Thank you. So I did quite a bit of MPs. Sadly, a lot of them were also online, so 3 of them were online, because, well, we all know the reason. I had the opportunity to organize the BNP last year, the election BNP in Mechelen, together with some nice volunteers as well. For me, that was only the second MP, or big national platform, so it was a nice task to figure out how everything worked, but I really enjoyed it. And then last MP, I had the chance to be main chair as well, so that was another fun experience, you know, just to test things out from different sides, local level, and then the chairing team together with Joanna and Darwin as well, so that was super fun. And I have to look at my time as well. I did President LR meetings, I really enjoyed those, and that is kind of where my motivation to run for NR comes from. So during my first President LR meeting, we had Paula, who was NR at the time, and she was super motivating, or in my experience at least. She would come back with documents and she would talk about them in this way that I got super motivated to read them and to look into what it was all about. And that's kind of where it started for me, where I wanted to do something back and where I wanted to also at some point become an NR. So here we are today. Internationally, I only went to 1 event. I was supposed to go to AGM Linköping, but most of us know what happened to that as well. So just a couple of weeks ago, I went to EGM in Porto as well. So why national? I already mentioned it. So Paula is kind of my inspiration. I told her as well, she should be proud. But so I kind of want to give back. I got, as an exchange student in Linköping, a lot from ESN. I was able to meet so many people. I'm sure you all experience it all the time as well. And since my first MP, or since the President LR meetings, I was just so curious to know more and to know more about the national and international level. And so step by step along the years, I was able to discover more, spend a lot of hours on the wiki and stuff like that. Why national? In the past, so before ESN, I actually organized a conference. It's called Connect Conference, and that one was very international. So it was a conference to gather students from all over the world in one place. It was in Mechelen. It was not in Mechelen. It was in Belgium, in Liege. And we gathered everyone, and it was about the opportunities to study abroad. What do you want to do after you graduate from high school? And that was super international, and I want to do that again. And I think on a national level as NR, I would have the opportunity to go and connect also with the other countries. And yeah, so for vision, I would love to go for more connected. Oh,
One more minute to wrap up.
Oh, so I would love to work on the connection between the sections. I said it in a couple of the answers during the question round online as well. We already talked about LR team buildings, for example, to really make a connection between sections. Some collaborations came from that, but I really would like to up that as well, and especially thinking about the sections that are not here at the NPs, because, well, there are reasons that they can't come here, but I think it's important to also include them so that they also can follow the mission and what ESN stands for. So I want to do that. I want to really focus on the section visits. I would love to do LR team builds. I love organizing them. So, and I hope that from those also collaborations will come. We can go to the next slide. Yes. Why me? I'll go over this quick. So I'm very, very dedicated. When I want to do something, I go for it. That's what happened with our section in Mechelen as well. It was an idea, and we. Can I finish this up?
Quickly, yes.
Quickly. Sorry. So time-wise, it's not the best. So we can see that. So team player for sure, but I'm also super, super organized, and I want to have everything structured. So when it comes to documents, I want to find new ways also that the sections read them, and maybe I was thinking about summaries, stuff like that, or in calls as well. I'm just super motivated, and I want to work on that. I know it's a topic that has been worked on already, and that the current committee also asked for your opinions for, and I want to really go for that, the connection between the different levels. Yes.
Thank you so much, Clara, for your candidacy. So we do the same routine. I hereby open the speakers list. The first questions are already coming in. So the first question is by Siem, ESN Belgium. How would your experience as an international support team member be an added value to the function of LR, I think NR of ESN Belgium?
So yeah, so in my job as international support team, I deal with the current students that are coming into our school, degree students mostly, so students that do the full program at our school. For that, I also go abroad. I travel for work to go to high schools and talk about the opportunity to study abroad. So I think that obviously would be really good as well. A lot of times I have some like an extra day or something that I am in the place, so I really would like to visit other ESN countries and go there as well when I have a moment during work. However, I got the question online if it would impact the fact that I work full time, of course, to my work on ESN. I don't think it will, because I really know, and that's the reason I only applied now, is I now really know what my work or what my job entails and how much time I have left and which periods for my work that are very busy. So I think now I can manage to plan it out very well. I thought about applying last year as well, but I didn't because then I didn't know exactly yet what my job would ask for me, and now I do. So.
First question by Hani, ESN PUP EHP Brussels. How would you finance these team buildings?
Well, I think for sure if we end up having a finance manager in the end, or otherwise with the rest of the team, I would have to talk about it with them. But I also have ideas for team buildings that don't necessarily need to cost very much. Like for example, in our own team last year, I think, in Mechelen, during the whole year, we had this kind of game that was happening in the background where people would get messages from me and they had to figure out a certain thing about someone else. So just figure out if she was there. And they had to figure out a certain thing, but they didn't know why. It was all a kind of quest that they were on. And then on the last team building event that we had, I had put them all together in some kind of quiz, but they didn't know anything about it beforehand, so it was very funny to have a quiz about your own board members and learn more about each other. And it didn't cost any money, it was very fun. And that way you can also make team buildings that don't necessarily need to cost a lot of money as well. So.
Then I would like to ask Femke, does this also cover your question, or would you like a? So you ask, what do you consider being a good team building, I think, activity? Do you want another example?
Well, I think in the LR community, I would for sure ask for what people would want to do as well, because a good team building is very different for different people. We've had a karaoke, for example, as well. That's very fun, but some people do not want to get in front of a mic, so for them something else would be nice. We've had escape rooms as well, but those are more the expensive ones, of course. However, I've made some myself in the past as I graduated as a teacher as well. Those are for children, of course, but I'm sure we could make an ESN themed one as well. So there's a lot of ideas for that too. But of course, if the LR community or even someone else has an idea, I would be totally open for that.
Next question, Honey. ESN EHB Brussels. Currently, there's no candidate for the vice national representative. If you get elected, how do you think it will be a big adjustment to fulfill the, I think, LR position without a vice LR or NR? Yeah. Yes. If you don't have a vice NR.
Yes, I actually talked about this with Paola as well before sending in my application. She said she did the NR position before without a vice NR because there wasn't a vice NR position at the time. She said it was added during her mandate and it really gives more opportunities. It really depends on the projects that you want to carry out. So of course, if you have a vice NR, you have 2 people to do all these things. So it will give more opportunity. Of course, if there's no vice NR, then I'm totally fine with doing as much as possible by myself. And maybe if someone from the team wants to join a team building or like that, that's also possible. But, yes, I think, of course, it will affect time-wise, but I'm super dedicated, so I don't think that will be a problem.
As we have 1 minute left, I would like to kindly ask you to submit the last questions to the Slido. Therefore, I will not propose to close the speakers list yet, so we move forward to the next question. As Gwen ESN Belgium also asked to you, how would you improve section consultations at the national level? Do you think the section consultation guidelines have to be modified?
I think, I know you asked this question last in P as well, where they asked the people what they want to change. I think it all starts with connections between the people as well. So if you have a good LR community, I think it will also be a lot easier to already get feedback from the sections. So I think that's the first step. I think looking into changing that document, we can look into that, but I don't think right now that should be the first priority.
Okay. So we received 3 more questions. Are there any people submitting the last questions? Otherwise, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Yeah, you can. Well, you can submit your question right now. So you'll be the last one.
Yeah, it's basically there were not enough time to
It's one question. I get it, sir.
Which one?
It's
Oh,
just one
okay,
question.
perfect. Therefore, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? I don't think so. So hereby, I would like to close the speakers list. So the next question by Mathilde ESN ULB Brussels. The NR is already packed with physical events. How do you see yourself juggling between those and the LR team building plus section visits? And what would you delegate or postpone if needed? Would you delegate or postpone if needed?
Procedural discussion and that's online.
What?
I want to, if you are asking a question in here, can you please wait till the mic comes to you because nobody can, only half of people here can what you say.
So
Comment from Mathilde?
to answer when the question that has been asked on mailing, which was about you as NR in general and being and your work. My question is not directly between your work and being NR. It's specifically what you want to do because it's gonna be a lot that you want to do. So between those things, what would you delegate if needed or even postpone? Because there's not enough time anymore.
Yeah. Do you hear me if I speak like this?
A bit louder.
Yes? Okay. So I think for sure we'll have to look at what the priorities are, for sure. As you mentioned on the thing as well, that the section visits are a VP thing as well. I think it's important for the NR to also be interacting with the sections, especially the NRs for sure. But I also like doing informal. I hear myself. This is okay. Doing informal visits as well, for example, to meet the LRs in person as well, in order to be able to meet also the people that are not at PNPs. I find that very important to also have their opinion. To combine it, you meant what I want to delegate and what I would postpone, you said, right?
Yes, if needed, what would you postpone or delegate?
Yeah, I think it will really depend on the team, because right now we have no finance manager applying, but also no VP. So I think, or vice NR, but I think, so I think it will really depend, and in the beginning, the people that are elected will have to focus also on the finance tasks and the VP tasks. So that is something, and then afterwards, I really hope some of you apply for those functions, but then I think we can look into the NR side, of course. Most important, the international events that are coming up in the international the gatherings, they of course need to be prepared, and I really like that documents are sent out in time and section consultations happen in time so people can also communicate with their sections and stuff. So that for me would of course be a priority as well. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
For the sake of time, I would like kindly ask the candidates as well as the sections to be concise and clear, because we're already running 30 minutes behind. So please ask questions as clear as possible, as well for the candidates. So we don't have to be here till 8 p.m. So last question for you, as Joachim is in Belgium, as you're the only Dutch-speaking person applying now, do you have any idea on how these legal documents work, given that they're in Dutch?
Yeah. So that is. I don't know yet, I will be very honest with you, but I have talked to one in and they said will help you in that as well. Also, I'm not the only Dutch-speaking person applying. Joachim also speaks Dutch, so I'm sure together we can figure that out. And there's, I think it won't be a problem at all to figure that out. And I think we have the help of the other people as well, so the previous people. No problem.
Thanks again for your candidacy. And then I would like to invite the next candidate for the national representative function, Camille.
Can you all hear me? Okay, if I start shouting, it's just that I'm used to public speaking and sometimes I just get excited about So, as you can see, my name is Camille, and I'm a candidate for national representative for ESN Belgium. So my pronouns are she, her. I'm a 22-year-old woman coming from Tournai, next to the French border in Belgium. I did my bachelor at University Centre Brussels in political science, and during that time I had the opportunity to go to Bratislava in Slovakia. Thank you very much. Okay, I think I did it. Thank you very much. So, during my bachelor, I had the opportunity to go on Erasmus to Bratislava in Slovakia, which was an amazing experience, except that there was no ESN there because of COVID, and that sucked a bit, but it's okay. And right now I am doing my master's at UCL in Villeneuve in international relations. So my ESN experience, it's my 4th year, so next year hopefully it will be my 5th year in the network. I started in my local section ESN Sound Brussels. Actually my first step into the network was the buddy program. For the really small story fun fact, my first meeting was when I sat down for the first time in class. I was not next to a regular student, I was next to an Erasmus student, and this is basically how I ended up with this beautiful network. Because I was really interested in the buddy program, which I actually participated all the year. I think in total I had 20 buddies, so I really like this part of the network. Then I'm also into the activities and everything that I got interested in the position of event coordinator in ESN Summer Brussels. I did not count how many events I did, but it was a lot. And I really enjoyed it. Then so the vice president of my section that year went on Erasmus, so this is why there's semester 1, quadrimester 1, and Q2, semester 2. And then I applied to be the president of my section. So I did basically almost all of the position except treasury. I never had to touch anyone face to other amazing treasury I had in this Sound in Brussels. And right now I am in the advisory board alumni. If you ask any of them, they are really well contact, like I'm still somehow part of ESN Assembly, even though I don't live in Brussels anymore. So this is the first part of my ESN experience, and this is the second part. So since ESN in Brussels also had lots of sections, I was already in this idea of locally representing and being the network with bigger with Brussels United. Like I said, I'm still handling the communication with that. It's actually a lot of messages, so I'm constantly on my phone. There's always ESN going on in my life. And right now, for ESN Belgium, I was in the social inclusion committee last year. I organized a workshop and I gave some content with Isabel. And right now I am the education officer and I'm leading to be your national representative. All the ESN events I attended, I'm not going to describe all of it because it's quite a lot, so a lot of EMPs, a lot of SMPs. My first international event actually was Social Inclusion Leaders Meeting that happened in Brussels in 2019, and it was my first step into the international world, and it was really awesome because I got to meet so many people from all around the world, and it was my first year in ESN. I was like, okay, this is a huge network, this is awesome, we are young people creating very interesting stuff, and this is the first step that got me into like national and international, even though I was just event coordinator at that time. And also I learned lots of stuff about the courses. It was a training moment for me, and I gained so much knowledge in just those 5 days that I still to this day use relating to the causes, relating to the network, and even just knowing the people in front of you and being able to know how the network is going on in Bulgaria because I know that one person and being able to reach out easily. This year I also started to attend foreign MPs, so like this thing we do here, but with Darwin to Italy. And I want to keep doing that because it's so inspiring, and all the stuff that you learn during other MPs, you get to see other networks otherwise, and you come back with full of ideas, full of stuff that I want to implement. So I'm very excited that if I become to your HR representative to keep on doing that. And then finally, EGM is my heart. Like I said, I can talk about it for hours, but I only have 5 minutes, so I'm gonna cut it short. All right, my program, what I want to do, 3 stuff for the, I try to synthesize it. So all I envisage the position of national representative is basically being the bridge between the local, national, and the international levels with easier communication. That is to say that right now it's very impersonal, all those emails, and I want to bring back the very informal way, the very friendship, like we are a network, we know each other, we are students, keep this professionalization, but having it easier. My second point is about the divulgation about the international level to everyone. I really think that those events right now are very important and interesting to get to know everyone and to get to know better the network. And I want to have that in other forms and in other more frequent way, in a way that whatever happens to do very good at the international level falls out on you, and you as volunteers, you ask to take out the best of what's happening in the network.
You have 1 more minute.
Yeah, and finally, I want to be an active player on the international level. That is to say that right now, ESN Belgium is doing really good stuff. We have a good reputation, good image, but I want to keep doing that better and be even more active. And when it happens something on the network, it will be like, okay, ESN Belgium, they are the good one. We have the good reputation on the network. All right. So this is basically it. Why me in general? I could tell you about all my style of being a board member. Like if you ask any of them, you know that I'm very voluntary in the idea of if there's something to do, I'm going to volunteer for it and be like, okay, what needs to get done? I'm available for it. When it comes to, I don't know, organizational or anything, I'm like Chloe, kinda, I need the stuff to be pre-organized in advance and know what is going to happen. So this is also the kind of regularity that can be important in a team member. And time managing my public skills needs to be improved, but that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thanks again, Camille, for your presentation and candidacy for the NR position. Hereby, I would like to propose to open the speakers list. So please submit all your questions to the Slido. Amazing, you're very well prepared. I think same questions to the previous 2 candidates, also for you, Camille. How would you improve the consultation of sections at the national level? Do you think the section consultation guidelines have to be modified?
Yeah, to answer this question, it is also linked to the fact of divulgation and getting to know the network on the international level better. And I'm going to try to make this communication way more easier. So on the step doing this, and only for the organizational process, I really want to bring back the SLPs in the old way that we knew them before COVID happened, because it was a really important moment for the presidents and the LO to actually know each other, especially through the informal moments. So yeah, section consultation guidelines, I do not know exactly how they should be modified, but the idea is to bring back the SLPs all together so it's regular. That's something for the GA consultation, it's kind of institutionalized.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Next question, Bram ESN Leonardo Kortrijk. Do you have any concrete ideas or plans on how to bridge the communication between local, national, and international level?
Yes, so this has been answered on my question once, so I don't know if I still have to answer it or not.
It's been asked already, so we move forward to the next question. Femke ESN Leuven. You have more experience within ESN Belgium, Committee Education Officer. Do you think this will lead to a different approach for NR in your case?
I think it will not impact it that much, just maybe the way I see the network in terms of the people I know right now in the network, which was more education oriented. But education community is also very linked to the president and to the local national representative already. So I think it's not going to be very changing per se. Just myself and the experience I have, I bring something, another luggage of knowledge that is different than somebody else who do not have this education experience. Maybe it's more about the process and how I work and how I already know the network than actually what I want to do, how I will represent ESN Belgium.
Next question as well by Femke ESN Leuven. What are you most excited for considering this function?
The network, the people, the beautiful network that we have traveling, get to know how it works in other countries and bring back that to ESN Belgium to keep improving, to keep seeing. I mean, I know I sound a little bit repetitive, but this is really how I envision the network, that there are good stuff around the world, except also in Belgium. Like, you also do good stuff that I also want to bring to the network. Like I told in my question, I'm going to try to be really all the good stuff that you do in Belgium. I want to be the proud ambassador. Be like, okay, I'm the national representative of ESN Belgium. This is what we do it good, and I'm proud of it. And I'm very excited to represent the beautiful network.
And then Helen ESN Mechelen. How come you would like to change position from EO to NR?
Well, considering that right now there's nobody applying for education officer, and actually I would like to say that we technically have two positions of education officer, one from the Flemish community and one for the French speaking. Right now I've been doing both. So I have improved my Flemish level, by the way. With that, I will keep doing both of them right now because I am very interested in what I do in education officer, and I do not think it's incompatible with what I want to do with MR. It's going to be a lot of organization, but this does not scare me. And if somebody wants to apply, I will happily transfer all the knowledge that I gained in 1 year or so to CC because it was an amazing transition then for education. It taught me a lot of stuff, and I wouldn't be the education officer I am today. Does that answer your question? Thank you very much.
We have 1 more minute left. Are people still submitting questions for Camille? Any other people? Otherwise, I would like to propose to close the speakers list after Gwen's question. You're covered? Okay, then I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? If not, then I hereby close the speakers list. Thank you again for your candidacy. And then we move forward to the candidacy for the project manager position. Joachim, I would like to invite you to the stage. You as well will have 5 minutes to present your candidacy.
Okay. I think I will split in less than 5 minutes. I'll try to keep it short and simple. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joachim. I'm 24 years old. I'm doing a master's degree in medical physics at KU Leuven, in Dutch, so I do speak Dutch, and French, and English. So my volunteering experience started with the Scout. I used to organize activities for children, like summer camps, all kinds of activities, and I acquired a sense of responsibility. Then I had an Erasmus exchange in Barcelona. It was an awesome experience. I met a lot of friends from all over the world. I attended ESN activities. That's how I got to know ESN. When I came back in Belgium, I joined ESN as a work group member in the TRIPS work group. And then this year, I'm the cultural activities coordinator. So I am the ESN Leuven's board, those lovely people here. And I organize mainly day trips to Belgian cities, but also activities in Leuven, all kinds of activities related to culture. So, what are my plans for next year if I am elected? Well, I will mainly build on my predecessor's work. Build on what Joachim has been doing. Particularly, I liked the buddy system concept, and I want to push the idea further. I thought it would be nice to have also a buddy system between the international people in Belgium. So, for example, person from ESN will be having a buddy in ESN Louvain-la-Neuve. It would be nice to have this kind of connections. For example, if you need a place to stay, if you want to port into the 24 hours of Louvain-la-Neuve, then you can coach surf at your buddy's place. So yeah, that's basically building on the concept that has been set up this year. Also, I want to start a project on sustainable travel. That's something I really care for. And I attended the EGM, so we shared experience. We had many ideas that I am not eager to implement here in the Belgian network. So why am I the right fit for this position? Well, first, I have local experience, no international experience, no national experience, but yeah, my local experience is allowed me to acquire many skills, and I'm very much convinced that those will be useful. I have acquired organizational skills, also leadership skills. Secondly, I have interest in ESN values, so in culture, obviously, that's why I do in ESN Leuven. But I have also interest in all 5 of those values of ESN. And last but not least, I am enthusiastic. I am friendly. I think I will fit right in the ESN event world and get along with those nice people. And last but not least, here we go. I'm eager to learn. So even though I'm not very much experienced, so this is my first BNP. But yeah, I'm really willing to attend many other BNPs, and I'm sure I will grow a lot in this position. Do I still have some time?
You have a minute left.
Okay, fine. So Gwen asked us to share our experience of the EGM. Unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow, so I will do it now. I don't have any presentation. I don't have any after movie or so. I will just flood you with pictures. So if you can quickly, yeah, here we go. So that's not the EGM, that's what I'm doing. Salluben, Al Carnaval, here we go, EGM, that's Porto, that's the Gala EGM, that's Porto again, that's the flag parade, that's Porto, that's the Belgian delegation. Here we go, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joachim, for your candidacy. As per usual, I would like to propose to open the speakers list. You know the drill. Submit your questions for Joachim. Well, fun fact, Joachim asked a question to Joachim. In the past years, the response rate on emails has been rather low. How would you plan to tackle this issue?
Well, this is an interesting question because, sorry, didn't drink water enough. I myself, as a board member, at first when I began my mandate, when I received a mail from ESN Belgium, I didn't read it, to be honest. I'm sorry, this is maybe a bad thing to say, but that's the reality. I thought it was something for LR, for president. So yeah, I wasn't very interested, and I think that's the case of many people in the network. Until I met actually those people. I went to the EGM. Then I got more interested on what happened at the national level. So I think doing an event, not a BNP, but more informal event, like kind of EGM at the Belgian level, would really help to increase the response rates in all emails and to increase the interest of the volunteers in the national, the projects that are happening at the national level.
This covered, good. Then Honey, ESN VUB EHB Brussels. Do you think ESN Belgium has the capacity to focus on all projects of ESN International? If yes, how? If not, how would you choose which one to focus on?
Well, this the capacity to focus, I would say yes, but we have to see in the response rate if people are actually willing to follow those projects, and that's how actually we should choose the one to focus on. We choose simply ask to the network, ask to the volunteers, submit forms, or just addressing them directly at the MPs. And based on this feedback, then we can choose on which project we want to focus.
Covered. The next question from Honey is in VUB EHB Brussels. What would you consider your biggest achievement with ESN Leuven and why?
So, my biggest achievement, I would say, is to bring the cultural activities position to the next level, I would say, because before it was mainly day trips and maybe one or two occasional activities, but I set up some recurring activities like language tables. I did a quiz dinner. Like we mainly did a lot of stuff. I had the biggest work group of ESN. I could delegate tasks. So yeah, that would be my achievement. I would say it's to have make cultural activities in Leuven bigger.
Okay, good. And then Niala is in VUB EHB Brussels. What are some of your ideas on promoting sustainable travel?
So at the EGM, I had some talks with people, for example, from ESN International, who was speaking about the Ryanair deal and how we should make the transition to more sustainable. We with bus or train companies. So those are some things that are discussed at the national level, but I think this is going too slow because this issue is it's an emergency. So I will try to speak with ESN International about it and try to make things happen faster. But there are already some ideas ongoing.
Okay, thank you. Is your question covered? The next question, also from Joachim, is in Belgium. Sections can register their activities. How would you promote this to the sections that they do it and do it correctly?
Well, I think I will keep doing what has been doing now, so sending mails, maybe show a kind of tutorial on how to register your activity, kind of how to. I hope that's answering your question.
Do you have a follow-up question or covered? Okay. As we have 1 minute left, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any people submitting their questions for Joachim? No? Otherwise, I would like to close the speakers list. If there are there any objections? I take it silence as a no. So hereby I close the speakers list. Thank you, Joachim, for your candidacy.
Thank you very much.
And then we move forward with the Tanishka, which she will present her candidacy for the communication manager position.
Alright,
Yeah.
so am I audible to everyone? Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Firstly, let me start by saying that I'm quite blind today because I'm working on a pair of lenses, which is not supposed to be working next to me because I can't see anything, so bear with me, please. So I am running for the same position that I'm currently working as, the communication manager, and that's why I call this presentation a communication presentation. Thank you. So firstly, I will talk about me and myself. So my full name is Tanishka Nikalje, and I am 19. Yes, I know that's quite young. Everyone keeps telling me that. We can't do anything with that. I am studying an international bachelor's in Mechelen right now, which is communication and media. I have done my 3 ESN local mandate in Mechelen, obviously, and I am currently their active online. I have done half mandate. It's not even half mandate actually. I've just finished 5 months with international board, and you have all seen me work to the communication channels, what you have seen right now. So like I said, 5 months, but quite fun. It was quite fun to meet all you lovely people because when I was at local level, I got to meet a lot of people. I got to know what ESN was, and that's how I got inspired to be at a next level. I wanted to do something more. And since I study what I study now, it inspired me to do something that is related to my function. So I've been doing communication as a local member as well for 3 mandates, and it has been good. I loved it. I love investing my time in ESN, and I thought, why not to take it to a next level and do some investment into our national board, right? So firstly, I started with getting access to ESN Belgium's drives and socials. So that's how I got to know what exactly is expected out of me and what I'll be doing further on, right? After that, managing social. So firstly, I've been doing that for ESN Meta as well. So I had prior experience, as you all know, you have seen in the previous questionnaire when I got the position that I am working at right now. You all know that. Then checking emails, obviously, that I did something when I was in Mecla as well. So coming from experience again, creating visuals, same again, going back to Mecla. All of this I have done in Mecla, so I have prior experience on how to do all of the following. However, creating visual for t-shirts and design for something else was quite new, but I got my hold on to that. And it's fun because I studied this, so it's really hands-on training, and it makes me, I would say this, it makes me proud of myself because I do what I want to do, and I get, feedbacks, mainly positively feedbacks on people who say that, oh, Tanishka, whatever you're doing is related to your studies, and it's actually good. We like it, what you're doing. So it's fun to know that what I'm studying is actually being putting into an impact, and it is making an impact for people, and it's been, rewarded by good feedbacks. right? And again, representing ESN Belgium in the NBT, that was also a new experience for me. And I think, by little, I'm gaining experience. And since a lot of you say that, oh no, but you're quite young, how do you have that much experience? I think to have experience, you need to start from somewhere. So if you're starting now, you're gonna get an experience. If you're talking about experience directly, it's not gonna come overnight. So that's what I think. So as I have said already, I love what I do, and therefore I would like to continue to do it. That's my main motivation. I think that has been my motivation throughout the ESN, even ever since I've joined ESN. It is even exciting when it correlates to my study, like I've been saying this whole time. So on daily basis, I actually study photography, social media management, public speaking, intersocial skills, event management, copywriting, branding, and marketing. So this is something what my job demands into the NB currently, and would definitely do further on as well. And I do it on daily basis, so there will be no lack of motivation from my side, I can tell you that already, but there will also be no lack of skill set, because I already studied that. And there will always be an increase in the skill set, there will never be a decrease in the skill set, what I'm providing right now. So, there is a saying that if the shoe fits you, wear it. And I think personally, the shoe fits me because it relates to my studies. What I do, I love to do it, and what I do has been making an impact, and I'm getting a positive response from it. So I personally think the shoe fits me. If you think so, can I please have it? So that's on you to decide. And thank you for your patience. I know, there are a lot of people talking, and you'll all be listening patiently. Thank you so much for your patience, and let's go on with the questions.
Thank you very much, Staniska, for your candidacy. I hereby open the speakers list. So you know the drill. Submit your questions via the Slido. And again, we have 5 minutes for this question round. Okay, so the first question from Hani is an VUB EHP Brussels. The EGM hoodies ended up not the way we designed it. How would you make sure that this won't happen again?
Indeed, Hani, it wasn't, I would say it was partly the problem from both the parties and not just us, because when we sent them to print, they said it wasn't going to work the way we wanted it to. So it wasn't necessarily our problem, but it was because the way we designed it, we didn't know priorly that this is not something that is not going to work on. Yes.
And yes, I think first of all, some understand this, but I disagree because I did the design, I accepted the way it should be designed. The choice was from the company. So my question is more, how do we make sure that this wouldn't happen again with the company? That's the difficult one.
Indeed. We got to know from the company itself that what was the problem. So they needed the vector designs and so on. And well, there were also some other issues which we couldn't actually understand. So we'll see in future company where we have partners or where we get to print things, we'll know that whatever is asked from us is already delivered, and the people who are delivering it also on the same terms and understand what we are doing, so we don't have any misunderstanding as such. And there was a little problem from our side which was resolved immediately actually. So that is an issue.
I covered. I saw Joachim you also covered. Gwen, you also had a comment. Are you also covered? Covered. Great. Then we move on to the next question. Femke is in Leuven. What do you expect from communications next year? Is there anything you would like to work on?
Yes, indeed. There are actually a couple of things I would like to do because currently we didn't have, before I started working as a communication manager, we didn't have a communication manager, as you know. So there was a lot of things that were undone. So like I said in my email as well, I would like to start with doing what is undone, which is not done, just get onto it and start doing it. So firstly, getting a team, because I see that since there have been multiple communication manager, there are like a team which has been cut on a couple of times, and there is not a continuity into what we are supposed to do, and I think I need to maintain that continuity. So a person who is my successor or a person who comes next to me knows actually what to do, because I struggled so much actually understanding how the communication works, what am I supposed to do. I really had to go to Nicolina for that. Nicolina is our international communication manager. I talked to her. I had one-on-one call with a lot of communication managers across Europe, and I talk to them how things work, and that's how I got to know, and I have multiple ideas that I would like to work on, starting with building a community. So I understand the ideas within our local sections because I'm still not sure, and I'm still not well connected to them as to what they expect out of me. So once I know what they expect out of me, and I have multiple ideas, I can get it to a next level.
Okay. So next question from Laurie is Louvain-Laneu. What has been the most challenging thing for you this year as the communication manager?
Like I said, the going up to the position wasn't that transition. There we go. That's the right word I was thinking about. Wasn't that great because previously there wasn't a person who could actually tell me what I was supposed to do. So it was really just you were pushed into a sea and you learn how to swim. So I really struggled with understanding what I was expected of and what I was supposed to do. I think that is something what I struggled most with, but eventually I got wrapped around my head and I knew what I was supposed to do, so now it's going quite well. Now I'm just setting up goals and what I'm supposed to achieve in further my day.
Okay, we have 1 more minute for questions to Tanishka. Yeah, okay, no worries. Are there any other people submitting questions to the slider? Then I will not propose to close the speakers list yet. Yeah, I will not propose it. Next question. Also from Femke ESN Leuven. Do you have any doubts about your application? If yes, which?
No. No, I don't have any doubt about my application. If there were any doubt, I wouldn't have applied.
Okay, clear. I think as Hani submitting the last question, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Yes, then I will leave it open. So Hani is in POB EHP Brussels. How much time initiative do you need to fulfill your CM position?
You mean the current mandate? How much time do I? Oh, no, I actually don't quite get your question.
So basically, you have, like, how much time initiative do you need to fulfill?
Yes, right. Again, it depends on the goal that I have listed for. Some of it is, ongoing. It can go on for years, and then some of it is short term. So, creating a community, which I've just done right now, I can in fact do it in a couple of weeks, and then coordinate with other communication managers and get their ideas, so on and so forth. So it really depends on what my goal is and what I'm trying to achieve. But I think everything is quite doable if I make a list and prioritize it. It is quite doable since I'm quite organized with things that I do, and I immediately like to do things instead of taking a lot of time.
I see Matilda very busy typing her last questions, but I still would like to propose to close the speakers list after she submitted it. Are there any objections? No? Then I hereby close the speakers list. So the last question for Tanishka. If you manage to delegate all time-consuming tasks to the future communication team, what would be your next big objective?
See, I would not directly jump into big objective right now because it's climbing the small steps, and I don't want to climb the big step without knowing if the small steps are going to go accordingly to my expectations. So I wouldn't say I do have big goals like let's do ComCom and so on and so forth, but let's keep it up until now. I would just like to improve the section that I am in, and to get it to a level where it should be actually. Because right now communication is sort of everywhere because there hasn't been a person who took the lead. So I really want to take the small steps first. Baby steps get me to somewhere bigger than actually jumping onto something that I don't know and have no clue.
Is your question covered? Or is a follow-up question? Good. Thanks so much for your attendance once
Rick,
again.
thank you, CD, and thank you everyone else. I'm kind of blind, but thank you. I can see all of you, I hope.
And then we go to the last candidacy of today for the National Events Coordinator. I would like to invite Hinde to the floor.
I'm really stressed, so that's
No
why I
worries.
have those notes. I even wrote my name on it. Uh, yeah, so my name is Hind. I'm 22 years old, and I'm finishing my bachelor in philosophy at Université Saint-Louis. And next year I will start a master in international relations at ULB. I'm going to talk to you a bit about my journey in ESN. So how did I join ESN? A bit more than 2 years ago, I arrived in a student residence, and I was living on the Erasmus floor, and that's when I met all those people coming from everywhere. And I started organizing events with them and making them discover the city of Brussels. And then that's how I met Camille, who was the president of ESN Saint-Louis at that time. And after discussing with her, I decided to join ESN. So I joined the event team, and but unfortunately COVID happened, so we didn't have face-to-face events. And so that's why this year I really wanted to be more active in the section. So I became the event coordinator of my section, and that's where I really discovered that I had a passion for it. Since I'm now leaving my university, I really don't want this to be the end of my Erasmus experience. What I loved about ESN was to meet new people from around the world, discovering new cultures, but also all the students who are part of the network and who love the same things as me. Also joining ESN Belgium would be really nice to organize also bigger events and have more resources to do it. I would love to organize so national events where all the sections could meet so we can have a stronger community. And one of my ideas is to organize a sort of ESN Belgium festival. Since Belgium is really known for its festival, it could be really nice. We could invite local singers, musicians, and DJs, and have all those different activities such as sports activities or inflatables, etc. It would be great for our visibility, and we could also have a non-negligible source of income also with that kind of events. I'm really aware that this kind of events requires a lot of investment, and that it will depend also on the resources that we have at the beginning with the sponsors and the financial resources. But the idea was the festival was to combine all those different activities, to have a concert, sports activities, and a party. But if it's really big, we could do all those things separately. But also, I'm sure you also have different ideas, and I'm really open to any suggestions. So thank you for listening to me, and please don't hesitate if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for your candidacy. I hereby open the speakers list for. Did I pronounce your name wrong? What is your name?
Hint.
Hint. Okay, Hint. Yeah, just to make sure. And then the first question from Honey is then HB Brussels. Can you tell more about events you organized with your section and what would be your favorite event?
I organize different activities such as the city trips. We organize a party with ULB. We did also other collaborations with KU in Brussels and ESHEC, where we organize beer bongs, bowling, and etc. And since I'm also a part of another organization, we organize also, it's a board game association, so we organize board game nights and casino events, etc.
Did it cover your question? Yeah, your favorite events that you organized?
Yeah, my favorite event was, I think it was the party, to see all those people together, and yeah, because it was the biggest event with a lot of members and a lot of Erasmus.
Good. Next question, Jeremy, ESN, you will be Brussels as a baby within a national level. How do you see yourself as a national coordinator or NC member?
So I have been in ESN for 2 years, and I was, for example, so this year I was hesitating a bit about joining the board, but I really loved it, and I want to invest even more in the network.
Did it cover your question? Good. Next question from Femke is in Leuven. While organizing national events, do you expect to work with volunteers to handle the organization? If yes, how would you recruit these volunteers? So I think, should she ask you, would you recruit
yes,
people?
Of course,
Yeah.
because about the idea, for example, of the festival or any events, since it's national events, of course I will need a team to help me, and so I will ask for volunteers in the different sections and the board.
And how are you recruiting them?
Sorry?
How do you plan to recruit them?
I would send emails to all the sections to see if some people are interested in joining the event team.
Did it cover your question now? Okay. Cool. Then Helen is in Mechelen. Was there anything in particular that was a big challenge for you as an event coordinator? And do you think that would reoccur in your potential new mandates?
A big challenge was the party, I think, we organized with ULB, because it was the first time, because in Saint Louis we don't have that many students, that many Erasmus students. So this party was with 500 people, so it was a bigger organization. We had a few issues, but then at the end it went well. So, yeah.
Did it cover your question?
Yeah, so I do think that would happen again, especially if you think about organizing a festival.
Sorry?
Like if you organize a festival, would you think that could like happen again?
To have a few issues? Or?
Yeah, like how would you see that obstacle?
I think the key is communication and find I don't have the word. But yeah, discuss together and find solutions together.
Covered. Cool. Then Jonas is in Leuven. Do you want to involve local sections in those events?
Yeah, like I said, I will need a team to organize events. So I will send emails to all the sections to see if some members are interested in joining an event team.
I don't mean the volunteers, but the sections itself. Like the whole section participates as a co-organizer.
I would like to organize this event for also like all the sections to meet each other, and so we can build a stronger community.
As we have 1 minute left, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Objections, and we move forward. Connected to the previous questions from Ryan Isen, Louvain-la-Neuve, do you have any ideas of events as national events coordinator? I think that was already covered partially in your application, right?
Yeah.
In your candidacy with the ESN
Belgium Festival.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's waiting for the last questions. No worries. As this is the last question, I would like to propose to close the speakers list now. Are there any objections? No, then I hereby close the speakers list. Gwen is in Belgium. Last time ESN Belgium organized a national event. It was a big disaster in terms of manpower. What would you do with your position if you have no OC for such events?
If I apply for this position, I think it's because I'm really capable of doing this. Since I think I will concentrate on
one or maybe two events maximum for a year because it requires a lot of investment. So I really would like to take time to really think about everything and yeah.
Are you covered, Gwen? Cool. So thanks again, Hint, for your application. And then we move forward to the last part of this, well, before the lunch break, which is a general question round for all the candidates, actually. So if you have any burning questions for the candidates that you would like to ask here in the plenary session, please use the Slido. We have 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, please submit them. If not, we will go to lunch, but I'll kindly give you the floor, the space to submit some questions. Okay, the first, a duplicate, I suppose. So the first question is directed to Clara and Camille. What do you think is a positive aspect of the other candidates? Yeah. Yes, all of them.
Very emotional. I have some questions. Well, actually, we had a lot of talks together because when we were trying to apply, we were like, okay, I'm interested in NR, okay, I'm interested in NR, and Susan we talked a lot about what was going to happen. She's definitely, she is a great candidate for national representative, and she will do an amazing job. And actually, we talked about doing the vice NR position, and I was like, I don't think there would be a need of being vice NR because she will do an amazing job for that. It is just happening that we have the same vision, not the same vision for the national representative, but the same capacities to do it, and we just couldn't be like, okay, this is how we are too nice to one another because we could not decide at this.
Yeah, I think maybe to add to that, for those of you who don't know, we're also really good friends. So we didn't really want to run against each other, but we both decided we really want to follow our passion, and it's both a dream of both of ours. I think Camille would do really, really great, and I think her experience already being on the board also would really help with that. So, I mean, we both have a second option, so I don't think the team is losing a player. I think it will just be in another position, but we decided to both go. And then we see what you guys think, and then we'll still hopefully be part of the team because we're both very, very motivated. So.
Actually, if I may add, I also think that the fact that we both applied for the position already made us better because we had to take out of the scene what is best with one each other. So it's also interesting for you to have both of us still candidates together, and I'm very proud with it.
Thank you. Are you covered?
I'm mostly missing the positive point about so like there's lots of speaking, but it's like a very short.
Perhaps you can.
A positive aspect is that she's a very good friend. She is fun. I went with her in Warworks at EGM. I saw all the good moments we had together, and I know that if we have to work with, I mean, if those people have to work with her, there will be no trouble because she is very easy to work with.
I think, well, the same applies as well, but I think Camille is also very structured. So I think that also made a big impact in the work that she did as education officer, and I think it also will when she is, if she becomes an art, so if she becomes an art, that will also help a lot. She's very structured, and you all saw it when she explains something, it's very clear and concise as well, so I think that's something very positive.
Next question, Gwen is in Belgium. How will you handle the lack of applications and how will you decide on task visits to avoid having burnout people? I suppose these are directed to all the candidates or?
I already answered that question online, but I can do it again if you want.
Sorry?
I already answered that question online.
Yeah, but it's to other people as well. They already
Yeah.
answered.
There's someone want to go ahead?
To be honest, I will base myself on my experience that we have currently in the board because it is also incomplete and still we managed to make it happen. So I know that position seems very structured for you and I want to follow that, but I know the behind of the scene and how it happened. It basically, not the position disappear, but there's the task to be done and we direct it when the position clearly says it should be to this person. But if there's no person, then we discuss it together and I'm sure there will be always a fallback plan and I'm not worried at all if there's a lazy.
So I can add something. I think we should divide them according to the talents that we have in the team. We would have experienced people, president of local sections. For example, I have no knowledge in treasury. Yeah, but I can help with IT. I'm sure that if we combine all of our talents, we can not fulfill the whole lacking position, but at least the minimum that has to be done to keep working.
I do completely agree with what he has to say.
Any other?
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Next question, Niala, ESN VUB EHB Brussels. In what ways do you think we can incorporate the various skills that all our ESN members have into the functioning of ESN? I suppose it's also directed to all candidates.
You want to start?
Maybe first of all, if there are people that are in IT, for example, or that are in finances, we still have some open positions. So that would be the start. Otherwise, I think we also, well, we know our own sections. We're from very different sections, all of us as well, or most of us. So that will also come in handy. We can always look back, for example, in our ISM Mechelen section, we have a very capable finance manager at the moment as well. So we could ask questions and stuff to also incorporate their talents for us.
Okay, I will also add that even though I know these people individually, we still haven't actually worked together, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna discover and actually understand the skills of each other when this happens, when it's gonna be the moment that we need to take the decision. And I feel like the more we work together, the best we will be able to incorporate the skills of one another. If something happens and I don't know, I have to do something IT, I can do like very poorly work, but I will be able to do it. But if I discover that Ian can suddenly do it a bit better, we will be able to discover the skills that one another has the way going.
And I think this question actually goes back to the point of student helping student. So I think this is where it all starts from. So now that we know that every local section has some skill to offer, obviously we're gonna go back to everyone who has to offer something, and that's how we go with the idea of student helping students. I think that's something I added.
Does that answer your question now?
Okay, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. I think we all deserved a lunch after this 2-hour session. So are there any objections that we close the speakers list? I take a silence as a no, so I hereby close the speakers list. And the last questions from Bram, Is and Leonardo of Kortrijk. If there's a moment of high pressure and stress within the board due to workload or other things, how will you support and help each other as a team/person? Also, I suppose redirected to all the candidates.
Well, to be honest, when we knew that more people were applying, we made a discussion together, we had a meeting together, and we had a conversation together, so we better know each other much better. And as I usually say, communication is key. I mean, if someone knows that they will have many work to do or something, I just think that we are mature enough to just say, okay, I cannot manage this thing right now, I will do later, or I will be like, I'm not feeling well right now, can someone help me? I think communication is key, and I am really happy to meet all those people because I feel like they're really motivated and I will not feel alone as president, because I know that sometimes as president you have to take in charge everything on yourself.
And this time I do not feel it, like I feel really supported by all the members, and I think, yeah, we're gonna do it, and I'm really happy.
So those last years, I noticed that to support each other in moments of high pressure, for example, when I had a group project or something like that, it was always better to actually meet and say, okay, let's just meet at your place. Let's spend the whole night on this. And when you are physically present, then it's yeah, things are happening better. We are sharing the stress load on all the people. Whereas if you're just sitting alone on the computer, it's more stressful. So I hope we will be able to meet and to actually work together, physically together. So yeah, I won't be staying in Brussels, but I'm always ready to take the train and go working to the team with the team.
Any other additions?
No, I think that was the coverage. This is just personally that I know on work, and I'm one of those persons that if I see the person in front of me struggling, I cannot do anything but to go to them and like be like, okay, you won't I know I can justify for some of this moment. I know it will happen, and I know that I'm good at handling this because I've done this before, and I've seen friends taking care of me when it's also stressed, and I am not in no way afraid of helping one another and giving more support and giving more rock because I have done that before and I keep doing that. Anybody will do it, including prospective future members if you're still interested to join us.
Okay, I think that's it. I want a round of applause for all the candidates once more. And then we can proceed to the lunch, but I would like to invite the OC for some small announcements first.
Yeah, so lunch is going to be the same place you had your coffee break. There's going to be sandwiches, 4 options. There's egg salad, ham, chicken.
moving forward with the workshop rounds, the OC has some small announcements to make.
And guys in the hallway, can you come inside? This also goes really well. So for the people staying in the hostels tonight, the rooms are going to be for 3 or 4 people. Somewhere this afternoon we will put the sheet online or in the WhatsApp group and on Facebook, where you yourselves can put down your names or which to pick the room and who you're sleeping with. So please fill it out if you're staying in the hostel. It's going to appear short. Thanks.
Is our room already fixed or not? Is our room already fixed or not?
No, it's not. Like you guys can decide yourselves.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So now we have the first workshop rounds. We have 2 rounds of one of the corporate identity team workshop by Florence and the other one, How to Baby Board by Gwen, Joachim and Hani. We decided to cut time on the workshop. So instead of 1 hour 30, we will do 1 hour 15. Because at 4 we will have the external speakers by Flipco. But I think you want to say something about the workshops?
Yes, maybe Florence first.
The workshop will be on the way you use the ESN logo and the branding of ESN. So actually it would be recommended if at least one person per section would join, so the whole section is informed later on about how to use the logo, but not mandatory.
Our workshop is literally for newbies, so if you're not a newbie or you've been in a board, just don't come to our workshop. We love you, but don't come.
I will for sure. Newbie eating the newbies.
I'm no longer a newbie, get over it. So yes, it's basically how to plan activities, what is ESN exactly, how many levels, how to do a calendar, how not to overwork your welcome weeks and things like that, how to be basically a board in ESN. So yes, if you're interested in that, join Joachim, Hani and I. You're staying here? Okay, Vim will be here and then Xander. We have a beamer upstairs as well, right? Okay, so we're gonna go upstairs. I don't know where, but somewhere.
So
You have more experience than I do.
So as the workshops are briefly introduced, I think it's now time to actually do the workshop rounds. So for the ones who want to attend the corporate identity team workshop, they will stay here and the others will follow Gwen upstairs. So see you back here at 4:15 or 4.
Do you need anything?
Flip
charts.
Presentation from here.
So you only have a USB. Then you need to use my laptop. Just don't click any of the random things.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Paula once again. So I don't know if you all know Flipco, what Flipco is. Most of you, I think, do know Flipco. So just why I'm here, just to present you a little bit what we're doing. As Milan already said, we're getting bigger and bigger, and I think, I mean, ESN, the main goal is to meet students from all around Europe, and how you do it is by traveling. And we want to help you and travel in a nice and easy way, to bring you in a simple and easy way to the airport. And that's the whole goal for of Flipco, basically. Yeah, thank you. So just quickly, that's the main topic that we want to see today. Is it helping if I should? No, it's not working. But you can hear me, right? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So we will go just very quickly on a description of the company. So just very quickly the story and the evolution, because we don't believe that we are a very traditional bus company, but we are more as a tech company, a digital platform that provides you people a solution to go to the airport. And then I want to also present you the vision of Flipco that we have for the next years also. And then also I want to see with you how can we enhance the student transportation? How can we bring students in an easy way to the airport? And also then start a conversation with you. If you have questions or just some ideas popping out in your head, just share them with me. I will be happy just to talk then back in our headquarters in Luxembourg. Okay, so if we continue on the next slide also here, just a quick evolution of Flipco. So basically we started in 2005. And basically, at that time, so we start in Luxembourg. We are a Luxembourgish company. And so at that time, the airport in Frankfurt-Hahn was opening. A lot of Ryanair flights, interesting flights were offered there. But there was this big pain point. People didn't know how to get there, because basically it's in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the woods, and if you don't have a car, you can't arrive there. And so this is basically how this whole Flipco idea started. It was the solution to bring people from a specific point to a specific airport. And so that's how it started. And then also 5 years after, we started with working with Charleroi Airport. And then, I mean, I don't know if you guys already have been there once in your life. I mean, the whole airport is constantly evolving also. There are more and more flights, more and more companies that provide flights to Charleroi Airport. And so we will also increase our shuttle bus solution from Charleroi to different cities in Belgium or in France and in Luxembourg. So just to give you an idea, from Charleroi Airport right now, we link the airport to Brussels, we link the airport to Ghent and Bruges, and we link also to Lille. Before COVID, there were many others shuttle bus services that were open, but we still need to see when is the right time to open them. Then we launched also a line in Luxembourg to Frankfurt Airport, so not only Frankfurt-Hahn, but also Frankfurt Airport. And then another big chapter was in 2019. There we launched a new kind of service. It's the door-to-gate. So ESN Leuven knows it because they are in the middle of our operational zone for the door-to-gate. It's basically an Uber pool to go to the airport. So these are smaller shuttles, up to 7-8 passengers that pick you up wherever you are. and bring you at the airport at the desired time. So you book it in advance, and then we will bring you to the airport, and we can offer a much competitive price compared to traditional taxis companies, because we developed our technology in-house, and the main goal is to share some bookings together. So for example, if you want to go to the airport and another passenger that wants to arrive at the airport at the same time and lives near around you, we will match your two bookings together and bring you at the same time at the airport. So the whole idea is to leave the car at home, or if you don't have a car, you don't need to buy one, because there are there are the shuttle buses, there are the door-to-gates, there are several solutions that can bring you to the airport without your car, basically. And that's, so one other big chapter for us was in 2020. So if you go on our website, you can see a bunch of airport connection. So there is one side, so we developed Flipgo buses services, but we present you also on our website services from our partners. So for example, you can see in Budapest or in Italy or in France or in Germany, there are a lot of airports that we provide services. And so I simply invite you to go and check after. So because we see that there is a big pain point on during the travel journey of the passengers. So you're excited, your vacation will start once you are at the airport. But how do you get to the airport, or how you leave the airport to arrive at the city, your end destination? That is always the same question, and every time you arrive at the airport and then, okay, how do I go to the city center? And then you start going on Google Maps or the website of the airport or asking a friend. So always it's another story. And the goal of Flipgo is just to have Flipgo in mind. You are in the airport or you want to go to the airport, just have a look on the website, and then we will provide you this very easy service. Okay, if, yeah, we can continue. And just, yeah, what I told before, so we are not like a very traditional bus company, because what you see on the surface, it's our green buses or our door-to-gates that bring you to the airport. But we have like another world, a digital world that is behind. And this is what basically we are, a digital company. So, and these are like the 6 most pillars that we want to present you. So basically, of course, we have a website, we work very intensely to have a passenger's journey till from when you arrive at the website till the booking, that you have a nice booking process, not too many clicks, or that you, if you have questions, in a few clicks, all questions are answered. Yeah, for example, with our green buses or the door-to-gates, we are strictly linked to our drivers with our driver app. So basically, we give them all the information. You need to start at that time, or watch out, there has been a traffic jam, so go another way around, so, and that's it. So basically, we give to our bus partners all the IT and all the data they need to take the right decision in order to know, oh, maybe I need to start 5 minutes in advance my ride to arrive at destination, very punctual, because we know that if you want to arrive at the airport, you don't, you really don't want to be late. That's the main crucial point. Then we have the backend. So basically the backend is where the magic happens behind, because Flipgo, we work with bus partners, we work very closely with airports, and because they provide us all the data linked to the flights, how many flights will be there tomorrow, at what time will they arrive, and at what time will they depart. And for us, this kind of information is very important and crucial in order to prepare our bus departures that will match to your flight. For example, if you
take a Ryanair flight that will take off at 6 in the morning, then we will have the bus that will bring you at the airport in order to arrive there on time. Because what we see, the national transport or other solution, they can offer you, for example, a very economical offer, but not linked to the early flights, for example. And is our niche market where we are good at, because we're very, we work very closely with the airports, basically. And then another big important point would be then, of course, the customer app. The customer app, we launched it last summer. And basically, the nice thing is you don't need to print, you have everything on your phone. And then, for example, you can track your bus. So it's like Uber, you see exactly where you are. So if you think that you are late or that your shuttle doesn't appear, you can check on your app and you will see exactly where the shuttle is. Okay, and if you go on to the next slide, so basically this in a nutshell, this is what Flipco is. So our expertise is in airport transportation. And this is a very particular niche market. Right now, if you check on our website, you will see buses solution that bring you to the main airports in Europe. And so once again, our specialty is to provide very specific services for airports. So very big theme is the time schedule that is based on the flight data. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, we will see what will be next. So yeah, the vision. And so on the next slide, you will see our vision where we want to aim at for the next years. So basically, as I told you, we want to become the leading provider of airport transportation. So to connect people and bring them from their city or from a specific point to the airports. But here it's the how that is very important to us. And so it's in a smart and efficient and high quality way. So smart is a big word. What does it mean concretely? Is to use the data that we receive from our partners and study it wisely and take decision very instantly and adapt it to the to the roads and the way the buses are driving. And in an efficient way, also, it's very much linked again to the data, because, for example, during COVID, we saw that data was very crucial in order to take action and taking the right decision. So during COVID, we were very effective in opening and closing, for example, our bus lines, because we received immediately information from the airport, and we were seeing, for example, there aren't simply enough flights so that our buses can drive in a sustainable way for our business. And so this is a very important information, because it shows you that behind the buses there is this whole analysis behind it. We are a business that it's simply based on the data that provides the airports and all the partners to us, and based on that, then we will take the decision that will provide to the passengers the solution that is the most effective for them. And so if you go to the next slide, and would be, so before I talked about how we will reach our vision, so in a smart and efficient way, and this would be why. Because you need to arrive at the airport in a smart and efficient and easy way. And we all know that one big challenge of nowadays cities, airports, and big institutions is how to reduce the traffic, how to reduce pollution. Because if we go and talk to the biggest airports in Europe, they want to, of course, increase their numbers in flights, in passengers, but the challenge behind is how will we bring all these people to the airport on the same roads, with so many cars more that will, I mean, the passengers will leave their cars at the airports. We don't have the space, we don't have the roads. And here comes Flipgo basically as a crucial partner for them to give these kind of services. It's a shared, I mean, it's another kind of transportation. So the main message would be leave your car at home and take either the bus or the door-to-gate to go to the airport. And we strongly believe in this way of transportation. We strongly believe that in Europe, and especially in cities, we will not need any more cars because there are so many other solutions in shared mobility that provide you the same kind of services without being the owner of your own car. Okay, so if you go to the next slide. Yes, so Zaventem. So basically, this is a very important project, and this is part of our vision because Zaventem is a project that isn't out yet. So I would ask you to keep it, this information to yourself because it's not ready. We don't communicate on it. So very soon, basically, we will link Zaventem Airport to other cities. So we will be able to have shuttle buses that will link Zaventem Airport and also a door-to-gate. And with that, we will be able to be present in the two main Belgian airports. And so this is one step to obtain our vision. So we hope that soon we basically will take the Belgium in the last line away and replace it in Europe, for example. But yeah, this is the first step towards our vision, and we are very excited. If you go to the next slide, you will see our network. So basically, from Zaventem, we will link Lille, north of France, and we will also link Ghent and Bruges. And then we will also have the door-to-gate service. That will be, so this is basically our operational zone. So if you live around this area or inside the area, or if you book the door-to-gate inside that area, then we will be able to bring you to the airport of Zaventem. So this is a first step of a bigger project because in the next future we will open also more shuttle bus lines that will link Zaventem as well. But I'm not allowed yet to tell you more about this, but it will link several cities in Belgium and outside. Yeah, so that's the network, and then we'll go to the most interesting part. So working with you guys to enhance basically the student mobility together. So student mobility isn't just how we go to the airport, but that's our business. So I would focus right now on this topic. So right now, what we offer to our passengers to offer them the easiest solution to go to the airport, it would be with these bullet points, basically. So as I said before, we work very hard to offer a pertinent time schedule that brings you on time to catch your plane. And of course, as we are in the airport business, and we know that punctuality is very crucial because we don't want that you miss your plane. So, and this is why we closely work with our driver app, for example. Of course, one big important thing, especially for you guys, is the economical aspect. So we believe that the easy solution is also the convenient solution. So we really work hard to be able to offer to our passengers a high quality solution, but also that is still can be bought by students and by all the people in the city. In our buses, we want to offer also a certain kind of comfort, so it's not like the Ryanair that you don't have space, but we really want to have like a comfortable ride to the airport and with Wi-Fi. So we are right now working on different kinds of experience that you can have inside the bus, so that your adventure could basically start before you arrive at the airport. So right now we are working on the fact that you can, for example, listen to a particular Spotify list, or that you can have like audible books inside our buses. But also this is like a project for the future. And yeah, and if you go to the next slide, so this is basically what the features that you will find inside our buses, and you can charge, for example, your phone or your laptop, and have internet, for example, so you can work already in the bus or watch Netflix or whatever. But the main goal is that you can do whatever you want in the bus, so that you're not stressed as you would be, for example, in a train. You can relax and either work or watch Netflix or watch what you want to do. Okay, that's it from my side. And if you go to the next slide, so here I would start like to have a discussion with you if you want. And if you go to the next slide, I just thought about some questions. I'm sure that you too have some points to share. And maybe if we can go through them together, and maybe also if you want to raise up other subjects, then I will be happy to do them with you. But first of all, and this is basically is to check if what we are currently doing is the right service for you, is what are students looking for when they travel? So is what we offer you right now enough, or would you like to have like, do you think that we can work on something in order to provide you a better service? Or last time you took the bus and you said, man, they could have thought about this, or I don't know. If, what are your thoughts about this?
We have more or less 5 minutes for questions and share your thoughts. No, I think it's fine like this. So does anyone has an idea or wants to share experiences?
Yeah.
Having a bustle, not necessarily this, but we had a phone a few months ago together with my teacher, and because of the related communication between us, we couldn't complete the partnership, but maybe we can go about it.
Oh, sure, I would be happy to. Yeah. No, that's right. I mean, how many of you have already took a Flipco bus? I'm happy to see already some. Very nice, yeah. I mean, the goal is, we know that we are not in every city yet. On the long vision, of course, we want to link the most city possible to the different airports. So, I mean, Ghent is a big city, a big student city, and we see a lot going on also from, as Milano said, already a lot of bookings have been made through ESN and Leuven as well, even if they don't have a direct bus lines, but as Diran was telling me, they do very often Leuven Brussels, and then from Brussels they take the Flipco. But yeah, we certainly think that, I mean, you students, you definitely want to travel, and Flipco is an easy way to travel, I think. I mean, at least to go to the airport in a convenient and easy way. And I hope that for you guys, we are an easy and convenient solution. I mean, this is why I'm here. So if you want to share anything, I'm happy to hear about it.
Milano?
Yes, Milano, yes again. So about the first question, so the feedback that I get from students, so the target that we are having with Flipco at this moment is that they get 50% discount on the ticket. What are they looking for? Punctual bus, and it is like that. And then she mentioned during the presentation, some people have flight at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. But then, if you want to use the public transport, you have to go. The latest train is I think around 11 or something. So then you have to stay all night there. But the last Flipco bus here departs at 3 a.m. in Ghent, or starts at 3 a.m. again. And that's really something. That's a big feedback that I get back from students. Also the Wi-Fi, and also that you can charge your phone there. And to be honest, usually I use something for this time, but that I can just repeat that to.
So they're comfortable. That's
yeah.
Okay. One question. What is more? Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Can I ask?
Maybe it's I've noticed that because I'm currently in Antwerp and we haven't restored the connection from Antwerp to
Not yet.
Charleroi, and also for Zaventem that you presented, Antwerp was not on the list.
Not yet.
Is there reason for that? Because it's kind of like this big city and it makes sense.
It's for Charleroi. So right now, did you take a lot the airplane from Charleroi?
Already, well, it was in
From
I had to travel to Brussels and then we go from Brussels.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're the Charleroi line that we had, it was Antwerpen and Breda. So there maybe we will reopen it for next year. We'll need to see, because the data that the airport gives us is, that's the whole starting point for us. And if we don't, of course, we can't open a line and the buses will not be profitable for us. So we will wait, that's the point. But we were there and we are all eager really to restart and reopen all the lines that we had before. So before, as you mentioned, there was this Antwerp line. We also had a line Maastricht-Liège, Charleroi, and also one line that started from Luxembourg, and then a few cities, and then Charleroi. But Charleroi maybe will, and Luxembourg Charleroi maybe will reopen before Antwerp, because there we really see that the need is very big. Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering if the people trainings are also visible for people with mobility issues,
So the door-to-gate, yes. The shuttle bus, I'm not sure, because our buses are pretty, there is like this big step, and right now I'm afraid that we don't provide like the ramp or the solution for this kind of transport disability. The door-to-gate, yes, so you will need to inform us in advance, and then we will prepare the shuttle for you. So if you want, I would just continue with the next question. So what is more important for you guys, sustainability or the economic aspect? Do you think that there is a way to balance them together? And then, the second and the third question are rather linked together. So are you ready to pay more for a transparent and sustainable solution? So would you invest, would you, for example, if I say that in the next year Flipco will run with green electric buses, will you be ready to pay more for your airport transfer to go to the airport, or you would prefer to stay old school and continue like we're continuing? Just to share you, right now we, so in the past year, so before COVID, we already did some tests, some run tests with electric buses from Brussels to Charleroi, just to see how it went, if it could be feasible or not. So right now, it wouldn't be feasible because the technology isn't there yet from the bus's point of view to have like so many buses going up and down. Of course, we would need then more buses because then we would need the time to recharge the batteries. Right now, for example, the batteries are so big for buses that we wouldn't have enough spaces in the trunk for your bags, for example. So we see that right now it wouldn't be the right time and we wouldn't have the right technology, but at some point we will be there, and at some point I hope it will be pretty soon that we will be able to start maybe this switch. So to offer, like, for example, half of our fleet will be electric and then more and more buses will be electric. But yeah, that's definitely not for 2023, for example, but it's we're currently looking what is out there in the business, which kind of models of buses are out there that could be interesting for our type of business. And yeah, so basically, would you pay more to enter in an electric bus? Yeah.
Dimitri, ESN Belgium Brussels. So I will speak out of personal experience and what I have encountered on Erasmus when I was it myself. And it's always a balance of interest because sustainability is very important for the generation, but the economic aspects also very economically heavy. And especially when you're Erasmus, let's say to Belgium or northern countries from the south, from the east, it's very expensive. And in that way, a lot of students, I think, will balance more towards the economic aspects. So in this case, the economic aspect is way heavier than the sustainable one.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are so many companies that, I mean, the wish is there, but if you go concretely in the everyday life, then yeah, the money will talk something else. And this is a very crucial aspect for us and for both of, I mean, also for you guys, because you are next generation basically. And for us also, there is this big aspect that bringing people to an airport and then people that will take a long haul flight, for example. So they are they conscious about their pollution effect on the planet, or are these people very conscious taking the planes just once or twice a year? If yes, then they probably also think, okay, how can I go in a conscious way to the airport? So this is like a humongous topic, but yeah, I wanted to hear also from your aspect, your insights, what would be, yeah, your point of view. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. We already run out of time. So if there's the last questions, because then we have the last part of the agenda.
Okay, right.
So for the ones who raised their hand already, you can 1, 2, 3. Okay. And that's it for now, but you can go.
Yeah, that's right. You raise an point because sometimes our customer care comes back to me and then, oh, we received some messages because sometimes, yeah, Ryanair, I don't know how they do it, but yes.
I think
Name section.
I think the people who can pay for it, sustainability they will pay for it. So the idea I have found is as long as you think it's like reference students, not always like the most high income or like students, if you work with them, then you're paying less for sustainability and you can say more to the people who really can afford it. That's a really good idea to do it. But I think in this generation, sustainability is really going higher and higher in our priorities. Everyone is getting more ecological and stuff, so that's what I think about it.
Yeah, that's a nice insight. Yeah. Thank you.
Mathilde.
Another point would be safe compared to other ways of transportation, how the prices go on that direction, and really see which lines might be convenient. For example, train if, for example, train prices go down, for shorter travel, probably to go that direction. So maybe see why those for longer distances.
So, yeah, the problem that we have is the fuel prices. That's it. I mean, right now, internally, we are having discussion that will we be obliged to increase the prices because basically we will, the costs from our side and we'll see all the suppliers and all possible supplies, the costs are increasing. And, but yeah, we'll need to see and we're very much linked to that subject, yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Give a
much.
round of applause for Sarah. So now we move to the last part of the agenda, the last workshop round of today, which will also last an hour and 15 minutes. So with Darwin, you have a workshop on GDPR, and with me, you will have a workshop on how to boost your CV. The ones that will attend Darwin's workshop will stay here, and I'll move to the other room.
Just one thing, when you're done with your workshops, please come back here because then you will have OC announcements before dinner. Dinner will happen here, but OC will announce everything, so please make sure to come back here for the end. Yes?
Can you repeat the workshops, please?
Yeah, so with Darwin, you have a workshop on GDPR, and with me, a workshop on how to boost your CV and use ESN and volunteering on your CV.
All right, so Darwin, you're going upstairs?
No, Darwin's staying down.
Darwin's staying down. Rick is going upstairs.
Where?
I don't know what GDPR is.
Data protection.
Data protection rules in Europe. How to handle people's data.
Yeah, I know the German abbreviation, like the German laws. We always have to handle.
So what is the full name?
Guidelines. I don't know
General data
protection.
protection. General data protection.
Who's going to Rick's workshop? Oh, that was right. Come on. Sorry? Come on.
I can show you the stuff if you ask questions.
The what? Okay.
You send me the big thing years ago and I had a big fight with them and they were checking our lives.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, that's bright. That's fucking bright. Can everybody just stay and come to the front? Or like at least like the first two rows, so I don't have to yell for the whole room.
Do I have to sign a contract to participate in this?
Yeah, I need your data.
No.
I'm gonna sell it to Facebook.
GDPR, I can be deleted from the database of ESN.
Yeah, you can. You can delete your account yourself.
No, my data, not the account.
No, data is account. Eh? No joking.
Exactly, not really being registered without info is still being registered.
Shut the fuck up. So,
I'll come close. Yeah, I think you should open.
yes, this fucking beamer is so bright.
Like chairs.
Like this. Yeah, it's fine around this. Like, as long as I don't have to yell till the back of the room, I'm okay. So, GDPR 101.
Are we the only ones that's in here?
Yes. Yeah. Tips on how not to lose data or get lost in it. With the communication committee, that's not true. I made this presentation for the IT committee meeting, so that's why it's there, because it was a common session with Comcom. Not Comcom, community. It's all the same thing. So what is GDPR? It's pretty easy. The General Data Protection Law, it's your personal data, it's machine processed data, it is manual if a part of a filing, if you're filing it. So even if you write somebody's data down, it still applies to GDPR if you do it online. If you do it online, it applies to it. If you have a document with data, it applies to it. And now we have the ESN template bug. It does this on every slide, yes. And you can also not remove the animations because ESN forced them in there. So, what is GDPR? It's any information relating to an identifiable natural person. So, some of this is simpler than the rest. So, any information. It's objective information. So, it's simple things like your hair color, the color of your laptop, the address where you live. It's all objective information. You cannot change this. It's always true. Subjective information, your political views are also GDPR. Your political views, if you write them down somewhere and somebody else tries to sell them for personal gain or to make you or blackmail you, it's protected by GDPR, it's illegal. It's also in any format. So it's written, video, photos, it doesn't matter. Anything where the data can be recognized is part of GDPR. Inaccurate information. If I tell somebody randomly, like, oh yeah, this person lives on the Korenmarkt number 19, Korenmarkt number 19, and it's not true, that doesn't matter because somebody else lives there and I just sold somebody else's data to a person, give up somebody's data to somebody else. It's still GDPR, you can still sue me for that.
Wiggle.
Yeah, it's honestly. How this made it through to the whole Comcom, and then they were like, yeah, let's release it to the network. So relating to, so impacting information, it's very simple. Your medical reports, for example, if you want to get hired by a job, you have a bad leg or a bad arm and it's a physical job, they will not hire you. Is this information, if it's publicly available, the company can use it, they can misuse it, and they can cancel you for it. You need to learn the water usage. This is also something, people can learn personal data about you about this. The thing is, with stuff like this, water usage, internet usage, why can we not say to the company, like, oh no, it's GDPR, because it's in your contract that you're giving them these data. So it's clearly about a specific person, then identified or identifiable. Identifiers. For the IT people, this is very simple because it's cookie identifiers, IP, biometric information. Does everybody know what biometric information is? It's your blood type or your fingerprint, stuff like that. Directly, it only need the information. So if I know this fingerprint and your name is on it, then it's easily recognizable that it's to you. So it's very, very identifiable. It can also be indirectly. If I have a list of people that are allergic to stuff, and I have a list of people that died on an event, I can start relating those lists, like what did they eat and who were the people allergic to. You can cross-reference this data. This data needs to be protected. Natural person is very easy. It's any living person. If it's about a dead guy, sometimes it applies, but it's a very gray area. If it's a living person, it always applies. Yes, GDPR is respecting our students' trust that we will not misuse their personal data. As we all know, we have a lot of personal data of a lot of students. They give you their phone numbers, they give you addresses, they give you emails. You cannot start calling them and say like, hey, you were hot, I want a date. You cannot do this. This is illegal. This is misusing information. They can sue you for it. So then we have the 10 GDPR commandments. Now you know what it is. Let's go to the 10 rules. I always use these simple rules. Why? Those shall give data subject to the right withhold consent their data to be processed. By the way, I did not write these 10 slides. These from somebody else. I can reuse them. So consent is always a clear affirmative action. It's freely given. It's specific, informed, or unambiguous. Documented, easily withdrawn. So all of this is pretty clear, I think. If you have questions, is it something not clear? Yeah, consent is not implicitly assumed from pre-ticket boxes inactivity or silence. So if I say to people like, oh, if nobody tells me anything, then it's okay, I can use your data. That's not how it works. I need to explicitly ask you if I can use the data. A condition to use a service, unnecessary. So if I say, if you want to take you want to ride to the airport, and they say like, yeah, but you need to give me your number for the ride to the airport. Doesn't make any sense because I don't need it. It's stupid examples, but you know what I mean. Defensible, so all the details in there are not recorded and accessible by other people. So you cannot just put a file list of people just randomly somewhere. You need to protect these locations, and you need to protect your computer if it's on there. Having a faulty computer is no excuse for losing data. It can also not be hidden, so if people want to withdraw their consent or they don't want to use the data anymore, you need to be able to find this free. So, purpose and lawfulness of collection. Those shall ensure that all data collected has and will have a purpose and is lawful. So you cannot start randomly asking data to people. Lawful is very easy. It needs to be legal. If you want to know what's illegal, go to a lawyer. But all the data they collect, if I collect your address, I need that address for something. Why do I need it, for example? I need to make an invoice, I need to make your address. I need to have your phone number. Why? Because I need to add you to a WhatsApp group. Like these I can all explain. It's okay that you have this data as long as you don't throw it around. So, purpose and lawfulness of connection. You need to satisfy a contract. It's a legal obligation. When saving somebody's life, you can give data free. So at that point, GDPR says it's okay. Official function task in the public interest as well. If you're the government can watch into your data and do whatever it wants. It's basically what this rule says. If the government says it's in public interest, they can do whatever. Legitimate interest is only with consent. Like we have a lot of fans of Johnny Depp, people that are looking into Johnny Depp and the Amber Heard situation. Like this is freely given out. You can look into the situation because the information is freely given to from the court. So it's not bad to have this data.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
With say for example you are being questioned by police. This is an extreme case though. But if the police wants to look at your phone, you also need to give consent.
Yes, of course. That's indeed true. Police cannot look into your in your phone or into your house without consent. Or they have a written order, and that side, it's legal obligation if they have a written order, because a written order says that you need to give it. Then, period of time. Thou shall not keep any data. Yeah, sure.
Just to add to that, that example, that's also super slow because, for example, you have to identify yourself, so you cannot provide your or something else on paper. They do have consent to identify you by Facebook and blah blah blah.
Also true, but normally they should first call the central, give a description of you, and then they will check the description with your name, and if it's correct, they cannot watch into your phone. It's only when you start being difficult and do not want to give your name that they get consent to go to the next step.
Yeah.
So, period of time. You shall not keep data any longer than you need to. We've all been guilty in this in ESN. I'm pretty sure of it. We have events of ERS data of students from years ago that's somewhere on a hard drive, somewhere on a Google Docs. Remove this. If this ever gets hacked, it will cost you lots of money. Deletion of data. Same point. You shall delete every data that you do not need at the moment people ask it, or you don't need it anymore. If somebody says tomorrow, like, I want to leave DNP and I want you to remove all my data, you need to do it. You cannot say no. What you can do is then refuse them access to the event because you don't have the data needed anymore. Legal limitation. Thou shalt not send any marketing communication customers have not given their consent to. We've all had this. Spam in your email. It's actually illegal. If you can find the company, you can, most of the time they're in some random country, so you cannot do anything. If it's a Belgian company, you can sue them. Transparency. If somebody asks you, why do you need this, you need to be able to explain it, and you need to be able to tell it instantly. You cannot say like, well, we just need it, or we don't really know, but maybe we will need it later. No, you have to have it personal. You need to show it, why you're using it, why you have it, and what you're going to do with it. Communication. Thou shalt explain simply and clearly exactly what personal data thou art collecting and how it will be used and processed. It relates to the other point. Everything needs to be explained, and you need to communicate this clearly to everybody. You cannot just say like, you cannot just put it in like a small box on your website or in like a little, on the back of the paper in like small letters. No, it needs to be clear for them, and they need to be able to find it easy. How to obtain consent. This is also a very hard one for a lot of people. A lot of pop-ups in your browser, when you open it, you get a browser and they ask like, do you want to allow all cookies or only the necessary cookies? The reason why this is forcibly popped up on your website and blocks you access is because they legally have to. You need to be able to say no, and you need to be able from the first moment to see like, okay, this is what they want from me and this is what they're going to do with it, so I don't want this. If you put in checkboxes in your website, for example, and you turn them on by standards, that's illegal. Because actually, if people just misread or they misclick, you gave them data rights that they shouldn't need. Right to choose. People shall always control the data that they gave to you. Everybody that has the data or that gives you data can choose what they do with it. They can revoke it. They can say, like, I don't want you to use it anymore. Any of that is fine. And the last, if you do not comply, it's a 20 million fine. So, if you're an ESN, I have seen most of our bank accounts. I do not have 20 million. So please comply with this because it's really, really needed. And then as last, it's pretty short, but I actually have a little demonstration for you guys. So you can all go to your personal devices. I will share it in the WhatsApp group maybe. So you don't have to type it over. Otherwise, we're going to fill the whole workshop with just that. There you go. And then I will send you another link. And with this link, I will give you a Google form where we ask several data, and I think the assignment will make itself pretty clear. So you have the Google form, where we ask several pieces of data, just randomly. So this one is the Google form. So we ask all these data. So like we ask your address, your first, last name, your passport number, your spot section. This is an old registration form for BNP when our ERS was down. It's easy as an example. I customized it a bit with some extra data and stuff. You will see, and then on the middle, where's my mouse? We have the different parties of the event. So the lunch place, the accommodation, the social activity, you'll see. Now is your assignment. Which data goes to which person and why? And at the end, we're going to go over it and we're going to say like, why is this here? So please all go to your devices, look through the Google form, and try to put there the data that what data you would give where. Like an external speaker, it does actually not need your name, unless you have like a personal session with it. A name is not required for them. If you give them a list of names, that's illegal. Is that clear for everybody?
Do you know what makes the Are we supposed to fill in the form?
No, you don't need to fill it in. It's just to see like which data has been asked. You can fill it in, but I'm not going to use anything with that. The only thing I'm going to do with it is delete it again because I don't need that data. If it's, yeah, it would have been easier if we had flip charts. But yeah, this works as well. Hmm?
Is that live? That's already on here? Like, does that count as data?
The the name in the consent section. Yeah, of course. With that, I can relate. I can find out where you live or which section you're active in. With that, I can actually come to the event and try to stalk you. It's data.
How do you add text?
Hmm?
How do you add
You
text?
click on this little thing here, and then you can put a post-it.
It's still on my laptop.
Yeah, it might be easier on a laptop. Yeah, we're not going to need an hour and a half for this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, sorry.
Should also be with the distributing of different places. The restaurant also need the money.
This was used like 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, I see.
I just use this because it's a lot of personal data. It's easy to customize to what I need for the workshop.
You only need to know from how quick you can test and maybe generation. If you know that 100 people generate one X or centralized, then it's not going to be I generally see for the functions, yeah, that's not. That's for the other participants. The Android subsequent. Yeah. No. Yeah, that was before. The data, before I would say how to do it. Yeah, that's something a lot. Because that's just copy paste on like how is everybody doing? Almost done? Or is part already done? You can tell me because there are some things It's right now is just right now there's not much work.
There's times to cite the question as well.
Okay, good.
I am gonna go. This beamer is so.
You need to zoom in a little. The website cannot generate enough pixels for the viewer to
We would just do that. Let's turn on it. So this one is another
let's see if we can do it. Yeah, if we do full it's better call to tell them. This is who has the feature.
So it seems that everybody is done. Then we can start go overing the data. Or you still want more time? Yes, no? If you're done, put your hand up. All right, everybody's done. Let me get this thing. That's better. So, the lunch plates. They need dietary restrictions and the food choice. Is this correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Should you also know the amount of people?
They should also know the amount of people. That's correct. That's not data on the form, but it is indeed something they will need. But as long as you give all the different food choices, they can make up that data from themselves. So you don't need to give them a full report of everything. For the rest, they don't need anything. They don't need your address, they don't need your name, they don't need your ID. It's simple. They only need the food choices. So don't, if you ever have like the ERS system, for example, you get a sheet with everything in there. You cannot just give this to all the people that need it. Like you need to cut out the data that's actually going to the person. For accommodation, your first, last name, your access needs, your passport and ID number, and what's missing here? No, because actually for a check-in, they always ask for your ID number. You need to have an ID number to check in an hostel. Yes?
They also need the amount of participants.
Correct. But if they have the other stuff, they know how many people it is. But what's missing here is actually if you're going with a group, then ESN will invoice you. If you're doing personal or with finance, then they need your address and stuff like that as well because they need to invoice you. Or if you don't get an invoice, they don't need it. It's depending on that. For the social activity, it's just the amount of participants. That's it. They don't need more. Especially if it's a karaoke, then they don't need anything. They just need to know how many people we will fit in the room.
They don't always ask for
Depending on what activity you're doing, maybe yes. If you're going to a strip club, then it's important. But for a karaoke, not really. But I get where you're coming from. The dinner. Again, the food restrictions, the allergies, the number of people. The plenary venues. They actually don't need anything except the access needs and the amount of participants. They don't even need a purpose. Lots of companies will ask you why you do it, not because they want to know, but just because they want to know you won't trash the room. They cannot actually legally allow this. I asked this, but you can give this information if it's easier for the venue. Okay. DOC. They don't, this is very dependent on do you see the OC as every person or like the people that are head of OC. And And this time, this I meant actually at the OC is the volunteers that are helping here today, they do not need your bank account or your emergency contacts. They also don't need your BIS number or your university. They only need to know like which food do we need to get ready. For the rest, they don't actually need anything. The head of OC, they need everything because they need to figure out which data goes where. External speakers. An external speaker, it depends. Is it a workshop where you need to participate? Is it not? In this case, they don't need anything. They just need to be here. The partner that was here from Flipco, we didn't give her any data. We just sent her, give her a presentation. She came to present. That's it.
Doesn't she need to know the amount or
For-
maybe the age bracket?
That might be interesting, the age bracket, but it's not needed. If they require it because they have different sessions, that's something else. If they're like, if they come to you and they say like, okay, yeah, we have a bracket for like seniors and one for juniors, then you need to tell them because they need the information. But in this case, I think her name was Paula. She didn't ask her anything, so we didn't give her anything. More on that later. The chairing team. The chairing team. It's what do you think that we actually got from you, the chairing team? Like, what do you think Rick has from information? I can tell you for sure he has none of this. The chairing team is also, we do not need to know what the participants are doing or what their dietary restriction is. All we need to know is if you send your presentation or not. For the rest, we have an agenda to follow, and we follow that. We do not need to know who is coming or what they're doing. We just need to follow our agenda. Yes?
Why do you ask during the meetings or name and ESN section?
For the minutes.
Yeah.
That's for the minutes. So that's indeed something we need to ask because we're writing minutes in the meantime, which is statutory from Belgium. So the moment you come to a Belgium activity, you immediately agree that you will give up this data. If you speak, that you will give this data for the minutes and it will be publicly available for future generations and for us to see back if there's a problem. We'll come back on that. The participants. This is actually should have been really easy because what data did we give you from other participants? Well, yeah, you can check it in ERS, but we didn't. Yeah, that's true. You can check it because you agreed in the consent rules of ERS. It's indeed agreed, but we didn't give it to you. Like you need to go check. In the best case, actually, that should be hidden. So actually, I hope that the next version of ERS it will be hidden because it should not be publicly available. Beautiful. Now I have to clean this completely up for my next workshop. Thank you, guys.
So there's a difference between you giving the information to us and it being accessible for like the ERS.
In this case, it doesn't. It's not a valid. It's not a. We are complicit with the rules because you give your permission when you're signing up to the event that we will use this data in this way and that other people can see your name. But for example, I can actually show you because here as well, you can also see the event applications, but all I can see is name and section, and that's it. I cannot find other data. Why? Because this data is publicly available anyway. Name and section, everybody in ESN has their name somewhere or in some section somewhere registered. And if you don't, then you're actually not legally in order. So you need to have this somewhere registered. Not every volunteer is public though, so we could make an argument about that. I do hope that they remove this in the next update because it is a very gray zone. For example, here I can see like this person did not pay and he canceled. So like, you know, maybe he's in financial situation, you can start making links with other data. It's not actually okay to have this. Because you give the permission, it doesn't matter, but it's a very gray zone, this. Now, permission. As you've seen, we'll go through the drawings later. At the end of the document, consent for data processing. All of these are unchecked. You need to check them before you sign up. If you do not check them, that's okay. We agree to not use your data, but you cannot come to the event. We need this data for you to comply to the event. In an ideal world, actually, we should make descriptions like, oh, you're only staying for Saturday. We only need this, this, and this data. You make a different declaration, especially for Saturday. In an ideal world, it would work like that, but because, well, people have time limits, we don't do it like this. It's also almost impossible in the real world. Do people have comments, remarks, or questions?
Like the debate earlier has indicated, because from what I've been told, this idea that nowadays humanity is huge immortality because everything we ever posted on the internet, we always everywhere, and this is the data that is about us. So I don't understand how is it the way I thought GDPR would also apply to dead people.
No, because dead people don't actually exist anymore in the official term. They're not legally human anymore, so laws don't apply to them.
So once I'm dead, not everybody can do whatever they want with data.
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes. That's it.
So,
But by the time you are dead, they should have already deleted everything that they ever had of you. If they don't, then they're breaking the law.
And like very personally, maybe if you die tomorrow, then
If I get tomorrow, you have to do it.
No, I have to delete this data anyway after tomorrow. So even if you die today, like, okay, yeah, the data will be there for a few more days, but then it will be deleted with the rest of the data. I'm not going to put your data out because, oh, she's dead, we can use this now. Yeah.
Also, you can see certain data still exist, let's say, there is always a gray zone because data about a person that is deceased is always private information, and it's a lot of times also linked to other individuals in the family, blah, blah, blah.
That's
so basically, actually, we need to have consent of the family.
That is correct. That's indeed a very nice, I hadn't thought of explaining it that way. But yeah, it's correct. If any of the data, like for example, an address, and there's still people living in that address, you're still giving people personal data out.
It was going to be my follow-up question because I saw this thing about Facebook information and people that were deceased and their account was still alive and people from the family were not able to access the data to terminate.
No, indeed. And that's it's.
So these GDPR will not solve this problem.
Well, yeah. The thing is, if you have an address, for example, you die tomorrow and your address is publicly on Facebook. You're not the only person living on that address. You have the information given from other people, so okay, it doesn't apply to you, but it applies to the people that live there. So you're still breaking GDPR law givens.
So many questions. So
No, it's fine. That's why I'm here.
First, in GDPR, when they were announcing it, was a huge shit show.
This is European law, right?
Yeah, this is the European data protection law. All of this is taken directly from the European website about GDPR.
Yeah. But a country from outside of Europe also needs to, like,
If they
apply those laws.
operate in Europe, they need to abide by European law.
Like Facebook had to change everything of their privacy stuff so it would taken the GDPR into regard with their site as well. So we can ask Facebook to complete that as well.
They won't do it, but
you give consent, it's really fair.
no, but you can ask.
No. The thing with Facebook is, the moment you make an account, you give them they own the data.
Yeah. Oh, they own it.
They own the data.
It's doing it in every way possible.
Okay.
My other question was about you said to save someone's life. Can you give an example?
Yeah, if I know, for example, if you call me and you're like, oh, I have an allergic reaction, blah, 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 I know I can give it, and I'm not in the country, I can call somebody and give your address to come save your life. Normally, I cannot just freely give out this information, but if you know somebody's in life danger, you can. If it's then not true, then you're breaking the law and you can get sued again for not a small amount. Legitimate interest is, yeah, for example, the case of Johnny Depp. Like you're looking into Johnny Depp, what is his history? Like I'm just interested, I'm a fan, I want to know what he did, what is his bibliography or his filmography. That's legitimate interest. But Johnny Depp also gives his information freely available, so it's not a problem.
For example, I have the leads and discussions from my faculty, and I have this data, and I use in case something was looking over and it's conducted. And I still haven't finished fully, like, what is the amount of time that you have to delete it?
There is no limitation on the time you need the data, as long as the moment that you finish, you delete it. Like you can have it like the same with the fine applies. Like if you have the data and you're like proving that you're like still busy in process with it, then it's fine, you can have the data. The moment you're done with it, you can still keep it for I think 1 month or 2 months after that, for in case something would happen, but then you need to delete it. It applies to, I was going to say something else. Yeah, I forgot. If you, by the way, and this is very important, by the way, if you have data and you did your absolute best to secure it and you remove all data which you didn't need anymore and you get hacked anyways, you can actually prove that you protected this data to your best of capabilities. That's enough for European law. You just need to do the best of your capabilities to do this. Like everybody can get hacked. Like years ago, when Apple photo things got hacked and like the whole thing shebang got out to the world, like from millions of people, like Apple could not be sued for that because they did everything they could to stop this. If there's no other questions, the session is over. Then I thank you all for listening and I hope it was useful.
Let's raise the drivers. Thank you, Darwin. And applause.
What time does the other workshop end?